Hey, man, we're back. Medley,
Where's all the viewers?
Taylor.
There they are.
The viewers will come. What is that? Field of Dreams. Build it, and they will come.
It's Favre.
Brett Favre's in the house tonight.
Yeah. El Farvo.
I saw you this morning.
Huh?
Since I saw you this morning, what have you studying?
El Farvo.
Draft.
Not yet, but I will.
Chris Mitchell, what's up?
Who are you talking to?
Chris Mitchell. Said hi.
Who?
Mitchell.
El Farvo.
We're going to be live streaming. How many rounds we got tonight? Second and third?
Yeah.
What is up with Lambo's mic? Is it the mic that he got for his birthday that's awful?
Yeah, he always has to do a double taking, then comes back on. I just talked to him, man. He's got a big ball game tonight at Wood Lake. It's a sipper.
So he's not going to be on.
No, I told him to hop on later. I'm like, you know what he said?
What?
Depends on if we win or lose.
Oh, what a wuss!
Look, I'm like, dude, it's supposed to be fun. Like,
yeah. Brandon Toms, come on and get on, man. Panthers take Cooper, Dejan, or Kool-Aid. I say Kool-Aid.
Hey, man, you guys say cool. You know how I feel about Iowa guys, man. Yo,
Brandon
have you ever studied Iowa? Have you ever just looked up Iowa's? You've had all these coaches clinics. Have you dealt with any guys from Iowa on defense coordinator there is magical. They put a lot of guys in the league, man, and that nobody knows about. But I went to spring practice there. See, I got to do what you got to do, and I sat in Kurt Farron's office and drank coffee, and he told me, yes, I did. But yeah, he invited me right in. I walked up to the facility. I mean, thank God I wore my uniform that day. He was like, "Come on in, man." And then he sent me back. He sent me back to see Jim Reed because Jim Reed was a linebacker coach there. You know, and then I went back to see Jim Reed. He invited me down to practice. But man, incredible. The defensive coordinator, dude. They are. You know what? They're the one school after being there and then watching college football that's the one school, and I think every kid should get a minor in football. As much time they put into, because every guy who plays college football, to me, can coach anywhere. Right after they finish it, they go into coaching. Dude, they know the lingo is so. I mean, you study that stuff, and you are like, it's a grind. It should come with a minor. You know, they give degrees in sports management, and you know, it's like, give those kids a minor in football, man, because they're more of an expert than the people who don't play. I'm sorry, it's a grind. I mean, and I'm talking D3 to D1.
Here he
Doesn't
is.
matter.
They have to be
Hold on, dude. What is it? What's the name of that dog?
Toby. He was shaking. He was scared to death yesterday. This is Toby.
My dog's asleep. Say hi, Harmony. Harmony.
Toby, are you gonna be able to stay up tonight?
Who?
Toby, are you gonna be able to stay up for the entire draft?
No way. No way.
Toby is, I think, 6 years old, man. I've known him for 4 years.
Yeah.
He's 6 years old.
Yeah. She's 6. 6 in October.
Oh man, my
According
old
to her
buddy's got
birthday.
a knot on his stomach, man. I'm a little worried about that, man.
That's not good.
Yeah, I know, man. It's gotten bigger, man.
Yeah. That's how my oldest lab died. Like one day we saw knot, and then he started getting multiple knots, and then they were like, yeah, dude, he's got cancer all over his body. And he didn't know it. And he lived like 2-3 years after that. But they were like, you can cut them out and they're gonna pop up everywhere. That's just what he had. But he lived a good life. I mean, he got to 10.
Wow.
Yellow
I mean, it's
yellow lab,
70.
yellow lab. That's pretty
Yeah.
good.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So all my gear came in today, man, from the bookstore.
No, it
I
looks
got you-
nice.
I got you a hat, man.
Oh,
It's-
hold on. I'm about to anoint. Hold on. I gotta go. I'll be right back.
That's all right. I'll be here.
Yeah.
Brandon Toms. I just want to tell Brandon
Tell him to come
Toms,
on.
you were excellent last night. Excellent.
Because you discussed being that much to think when you come over on it with the total RV.
Man, this is a big night tonight for Totem Pole, man. Totem Pole Nation, Totem Pole Sports. The man from Seall, Parlay Joe. I got it on ABC, y'all. Y'all watching it on ESPN. It ain't even on ABC yet.
Nation. I just gave him his totem pole hat. And here's your little wristers, stickers. We have another totem poler.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, my brother's here. The guy who cleans decks. Whenever you need him to come knock some people out.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Our totem pole truckers. Yeah, but how crazy would it be if I wore that swag next Thursday and just walked on the field with you?
You are. You are.
Will Lauren fall for it?
Ain't nobody got to fall for nothing, man. We are who we say we are.
I mean, you're recruiting. Yeah, they're sweet trucks.
I like that.
Yeah.
Thick.
Yes. Thick trucks. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. There you go. People are gonna ask, what the hell is that? Yeah, there he is.
We're here right there.
brother. Thank you.
Hey, look at this. Look at this guy.
Killer.
Fire. Who's that? I can't. You know what? That's why
Joe.
I bought some new glasses today because I can't see nothing.
Well, do you have another screen? Do you have another screen?
Yeah, dude. Trust, huh?
Maybe I was thinking maybe you could pull it up on YouTube.
No, now I can see.
So
Now
Toby,
I can.
where's Matt Pat at, Toby?
Matt Pat.
Where is Matt Pat? Where's your buddy from Denver?
Oh, sorry. Oh, hold on.
What about Mike? Are you gonna send it to Mike?
I'll send it to him now.
Man, Totem Pole Nation. We've already got 40 people watching us, and the draft festivities hasn't even started yet, man. Wow. Look at that. Some paid protesters. Can you believe that? Can you believe that they would actually pay people to protest? Man. Create dissension, divide our country, man. By any means necessary, they'll do it. Big fish eat small fish. All it is the news shows us whatever they want us to see, man. Unbelievable. Now we're going to watch the NFL draft. Maybe Eminem will come back out with Roger Goodell. Peace in the Middle East.
You go. There you are. All right, so I got him.
Coaster Joe.
Coaster Joe. Who's Coaster Joe?
I love that name. Columbia University
Coaster
student. It's a chaotic campus protest. Can you believe that there are paid protesters? They don't even know what they're protesting.
Wait, hold on. Did you send the link to Brandon?
I sent it to the Totem Pole group.
He's in there.
This is the iPhone group.
Yeah, see, he's locked into the Iowa guys. He knows what's going on, man. Because ever since I went to campus, I follow Iowa guys, and I'm just like, and from that moment, I was like, whoa, man, like I wish we could throw up a chart right now to see, like, we go through the Big Ten and see like how many Michigan guys, how many Ohio State, and how many Iowa, and compare Iowa to all the SEC schools with dudes in the league. Dude, it will blow you away. Because I'm telling you, man, they get a degree in football. Those guys, man, because guess what? Iowa is unique in this, even less than Nebraska. And when I say that, you're like, what? They've been in the Big Ten championship game 2 of the last 3 years. Iowa gets no 4 stars. And if they get one, it's an offensive lineman. Offensive linemen love Iowa.
Yeah.
But other than that, dude, they take stuff and make it. I was there, Troy. This is no joke. I was there, and I stood next to the kicker during spring practice. I walked back. We were outdoor on the outdoor facility next to the indoor facility. I was like, dude, I'll be right back, kicker, because he was telling me who's who in the zoo. Like, so I said, kicker, hold on.
I'll be back, kicker.
His name was Martin Cone, #1 for Iowa back in the day. I said, Martin, I got to go back and use the bathroom. He goes, okay. So I'm going back to the facility, and his kid's walking down, and he's 6'6", about 180 pounds, 185 pounds. I said, hey, man. I said, what's up, man? You play basketball here? He goes, no. I'm a senior in high school. I'm coming here in the fall. I said, you are? Are you playing receiver? He goes, no, I'm a defensive end. I'm like, what? And I'm like, okay. So I go to the bathroom, come back and said, yo, Cone, this kid over there, see that kid over there? He told me he's coming here to play defensive end. And he goes, yeah, he is. Because when they get here, they look like that. When they leave here, they look like that. And they pointed at the starting defensive end at Purdue, senior, 6'6", 270.
Mm-hmm.
Fast forward, this kid is going into his 5th year with the Buccaneers. Your Coach Ball might even know him. His name is he's a starting defensive end for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now. He was 6'6", 180 the first time I met him. And now he's a 6'6", 270 guy on the edge. And he's from Iowa.
Chance Fawcett.
That's not his name. His name is oh my God. And I follow him now because I'm like, I couldn't believe I met a kid that didn't look like a defensive end, man. What was his Nelson. His last name's Nelson. Nelson, number 94 for the Buccaneers. He's been in the league for a while, won a Super Bowl when Tom Brady was there. I mean, but this kid was just a little goofy 6'6", 180 dude when I was there in the spring of 2015. It's crazy. Crazy. Chad Nelson, no. Something Nelson. And he was an Iowa kid, so he stayed in Iowa, a local dude. I mean, just looked like a basketball small forward. I mean, he did not look like he was going to be a defensive end. But he's technically sound, and that's what they all do. They feed him, they make him look. And that's another thing. When I was there, when they leave practice, they have to stop by the smoothie guy before they go in the locker room and grab their smoothies. It was like clockwork, man. And again, I was leaving and thanked them, and they're like, "Hey, where you going? We're getting ready to have dinner. You're not staying for dinner?" I'm like, "Sure, why not?" So I get to sit down at dinner. Dinner is catered from downtown Iowa City restaurant every single night. Every single night.
That sounds good, man.
Oh, it was great. I mean, it was, chicken and gravy and biscuits and just from the restaurants. And I mean, Iowa City downtown. Iowa City is not bigger than Richmond downtown. It's not. It's probably half the size of Richmond. So just imagine the lack of restaurants that they have. But they have, I mean, and they're a big Chicago Blackhawks fans. So there's, I walked by 3 NHL hockey bars that evening. It was a great time, man. I loved Iowa City.
You love
man, and I love the Hawkeyes.
I love the Hawkeyes too, because Kirk Ferentz is the coach. He was the offensive line coach for
Yep.
Nick Saban and for
Yep.
Bill Belichick with the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, and his son, one of his sons, actually was a backup center for Belichick, because Belichick and him are really tight.
Yeah, they're really tight.
Yep. And his son, the offensive coordinator who just got let go or fired, he was an offensive lineman. But in the state of Iowa, Kirk Ferentz wasn't even his boss; it was the AD, because he was a relative.
Nepotism?
Yeah. But man, Iowa, I love Iowa. Everything about it, man.
What is your Twitter?
Oh, yeah, I meant to send it to you. I've been just jumping around. Here we go.
Retweet the stream. Go to Totem Pole Nation on Twitter. Retweet it, so then I'll have your Twitter. Man, in the chat, put who you want your team to draft in this second round. In the chat, go to YouTube, y'all. Subscribe, like, share, retweet it. Please. Like, we had 150 people watching, and we already got 62 people on here, and we ain't started. And the smart people ain't even on here yet. I don't know nothing. All right, so Paul Medley. Oh yeah, we got to change your name, man.
It's PAU. That's the generic one they gave me when I signed up for it. And I just signed up for it so I could follow what was going on in the recruiting world because every time something happens with him, I can see it. It's an easy way to keep up with him because I don't have to be.
Totem Pole Nation.
And he just, I'll tell you what, these phones must hear us talking because a story just popped up on Brian Ferentz. Brian Ferentz' new job keeps him in the Big Ten, reports say. Brian Ferentz is on the field. Brian Ferentz, former University of Iowa offensive coordinator Ferentz, has a new job, one that will put him on the sidelines opposite his father this fall.
It says
he's been hired as an analyst for the University of Maryland's football program.
KC,
that's breaking news.
KC needs an offensive tackle. That's what Chance Fawcett says. Do you agree with that?
Who?
Chance Fawcett says KC, the Chiefs, needs an offensive tackle.
They sure do. Remember 79 with all the penalties last year?
Yeah.
I looked at they had the rabbit's foot last year. Their offensive tackle led the league in penalties. And who he was, Big Brown. they didn't want to pay him, so they let him go to the Cincinnati. So they signed a guy, decent money, but less than Brown, out of Jacksonville to be their offensive tackle. And he was a right tackle in Jacksonville. They moved him to the left side. And man, he had a tough time last year. He led, and it wasn't just like holding. He was a false starting guy, man.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Penalties before the snap.
And again, the Chiefs got away with that though. It didn't cost them anything. They won the championship.
They won it. They won it. All right, so Lambeau be on. Coach Bald said he was going to come on.
Yeah. So what the heck?
Assists, 15 for Miles Turner. And him the Milwaukee Bucks. I don't know if it was Steve Snake, who was Steve Perkins. I don't know the winning side.
Hey, Paul, is that your TV?
Yeah, they just hired their coach.
Yeah,
Fenyon Nord. Yo, Dutch Premier League is taking over for Klopp. He's Dutch Premier League.
Okay.
I don't know where they're on the table, but they do win a lot. I haven't been keeping up with it, but yeah, I know. 9 million euros a year.
Paul, we already got 73 people watching us.
And I feel like ISO should be a lot.
Are you surprised?
I ain't logged on yet. I'm letting the batteries charge.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to charge this one soon too. So. Well, can you? No, not that one. The long one, because then I'll just leave it on there all night. There you go. That's the one. Yeah. All right. So I'm in the business. I got my little spare computer here. Yeah. So yeah. Cooper DeJean. I mean, yeah. Kool-Aid is Kool-Aid's the more athletic guy. But I'll tell you right now, Cooper DeJean is sound. And he's an athlete too.
When do the Commanders pick next?
They have 2 picks.
Wow.
And in the next 10 picks, they have 2.
I like to see them get Kool-Aid.
What's that?
I like to see them get Kool-Aid.
Interesting.
It doesn't start at 7 o'clock, does it, Paul? What time does it
does.
start?
7.
I'm on ABC. What are you on, ESPN?
No, I'm on the basketball game, so we'll probably go to NFL Network.
No, it's on ESPN too. Check.
Okay, yeah. I don't even know why they did that with the NBA today, but
Who's playing in the NBA now?
Milwaukee and Indiana.
doesn't work like this, you would not. But it's pretty much like the money and it's the complicated system of middlemen.
All right, so Chance, put it in the comments. Who do you want your team to draft
We deserve
second
that.
round?
Easier.
Put it in the comments, y'all. Go on YouTube,
First.
Totem Pole Nation,
Since
on ABC.
delivering weirdo things in the game.
Yeah. Hey, Troy, did you see that story today about Roger Goodell and the NFL approving the Guardian caps?
Yeah. The people that own Guardian probably
Mm.
are the same people that own the NFL. So they're going to make money. What do we have here? Coach Bald House.
Yeah, how about moving? They're still pushing the needle, trying to get 18-game season, and then moving the Super Bowl back to President's Day weekend.
Coach Bald, are you there?
Who? He's not there.
All white.
Whoa!
All white.
Fellas, I've got some news, guys. Y'all got
What's
a
the
second?
news?
Well, oh yeah. With the number 1 pick in the second round of the NFL draft, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Dude, you can't. This guy's going nuts. All right, that's too much. That's too much. That's too much Buffalo.
Be ready to get your heart broken again, Buffalo Bills fan. Who does it better than the Buffalo Bills? Toby, you are looking way cuter than the guy that is holding you. Coach, we got to get you some Pit Vipers stat. We need you looking like a Florida coach. Get you some Pit Vipers. Get you some bad tan lines. Man from Soul. Hey, brother, I've got some house money. What are we betting on tonight?
Hold on. I'll give you a golden nugget. You ready?
What is your best bet? Crystal Ball Paul.
What is so the other game just kicked off. So you want the truth.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I'll tell you what options I have. You want draft or you just want basketball?
Basketball.
Okay, basketball. Now these are some where they give me a little boost. Luka Doncic scoring 35 or more at plus 135. What do you think about that? Hasn't hit 35 yet in the playoffs, but they're at home.
Okay. You know what I do like in that game? Give me. It's funny that you jumped on that game because the one thing that I saw earlier today, the number that I didn't like, what I liked a lot is you said Luka Doncic's what?
35 points. Will he hit 35 points?
He's in Dallas. Yes.
I like that as well. I like that as well.
And I like, you know what I do like? I like the over. What do you get in your note? Because it's bouncing all over the place. What is your over? To what?
214.
Hang tight. 214. Straight up 214. No hook.
Yep, 214. Yep.
Ooh. Yeah.
No, they have taken that down. They took that down at 7 o'clock. That Luka 35.
Yeah, I got. You know what I got about an hour ago on the over? 211.
What? Wow.
211.
Okay. Gotcha. Now that number is only 4.5. Dallas at home.
I don't know about that. I just. Hey.
I'll tell you what I got NFL draft because I've been looking at that.
Are you ready?
It's a couple. Where will players land? All right. Where will
Somebody else on?
Wait. Yeah. What else we got? What else can I give the good people? Here we go, folks.
Wow, they got UFL available.
Yes.
Play that. That's awesome. Man, my site for some reason took all NFL prop bets off. That's insane. But that's what I hit yesterday, Paul. I put $200 on Bo Nix going first round. Parlayed that into 520. Matt Pat. What is up, my brother?
What's going on, boys?
The man from Blacksburg.
Then there was 4.
Now, and again, I've been talking about you all day to your buddy Cowboy fan.
Yeah.
Okay, check this out. From last night to when you just popped on the screen, how close are you to my conspiracy theory, or how closer are you?
So I have definitely thought about it, and I can confidently say, and it's not that I don't agree or trust with what you're saying, I'm ready to get hurt again. I'm ready to get my heart broken again, and that's what I'm gonna go to. That's just how I'm feeling about the squad right now. Obviously, with the factors we talked about yesterday, of like this being basically just like one run, like everyone's on 1 or 2 year deals, everyone that's important. So if we can get, obviously there's more than just one hole that we need to fill. I just trust that we're close enough to not give up yet.
And here's okay. So yesterday I talked about with let's state the obvious here. The Dak Prescott and the head coach are on 1-year deals. Okay, but here's where I go a little bit further. Tonight I'll just add this to the fire. You lost your starting running back. And we are now in the second and third round of the draft, and you still we don't know who's running the ball for you. And you're going for it. You're trying to win a Super Bowl this year. That's where I'm just like, I'm not lost because I know where I'm at with them. I know what they're doing. I mean, and I'm about to get off this conspiracy train that I keep calling it because it's not. It's starting to be. They're showing me their cards, and I'm just connecting the dots.
I think a counter though with the running game point, like Pollard was taken in the fourth. Like running backs, unless it's Bijan, Jameer, like Zeke, you're not gonna find a lot of first round backs. Saquon, like game changing guys, unless they've been touted as that for a year or two before, whereas like Tony was, like I said, a fourth round grab. I'm not guaranteeing that we find a starting running back in the second, third round. But
that's fair enough because the Kansas City Chiefs had Pacheco. He was a 7th rounder, and he's balled out for them, and he was serviceable as a rookie. And I follow that, but it's almost like, is that what you're hanging your hat on? Or because it's like they're not even trying to fill the position. And Dak Prescott is not Pat Mahomes, so they need a running game. You know what I'm saying? So I don't.
I think we see, because now we have 2/3 because of that pick or that trade with the Lions, which honestly, I'm glad the Lions got Terry and Arnold. They got what they wanted to get or whatever. I personally think we kind of fleeced them on that deal. Getting a third for a 4-pick move where we got the guy that we probably would have drafted either way at 24 or 29. I think getting a third out of that is a hell of a deal, just to move back a few spots. So I think we wait till the end of the third for me to give my true assessment of where I think we are, because we had 4 major positions of need, and we tackled one of them right out of the gate. So the second and third round are going to have to be huge. But I've still got my.
The Buffalo Bills are on the clock.
Can we talk about what the hell were they doing last night, dude? Why? And I get it, pick up a little bit more capital, but helping Kansas City is just
very
irritating. Feel that
it's so irritating.
Helping Kansas City to me was like, well, why didn't they just trade Josh Allen last night to Chicago for Caleb Williams? Like seriously, like you put yourselves a couple more at least a year behind last night with that trade of getting past them.
You took. I mean, if we're going in terms of years, they probably took 2 years back with all the cuts they made right before free agency started. And then you look at the difference between like the top dogs in the AFC. The Bills are top 5 in there. You put them wherever you want, but like that distance between them and the Chiefs just got even wider because they just added, a potential next Tyreek Hill there. Now there's a chance that he could be the next Mecole Hardman as well. So nothing set in stone. But yeah, I'm with you. I think that they separated that gap in a negative way between them and Kansas City.
Okay. Hey, Coach Ball. You're probably already on this. If you're not, I'll be shocked. How about the Rays tonight on the run line?
What do you like?
The Rays tonight on the run line.
Oof, I don't know about that, man. Baseball is. They got almost swept by Detroit. Did they get swept by Detroit, or did they win a game?
Huh?
I think tonight might be the most surefire run lock for the Rays until midsummer. Playing the the White Sox tonight. Like you gotta. Now the Rays obviously took a massive step back from where they were last year, but Chicago sucks, brother. I think,
Yeah, I'm looking at minus 240, man. That's too rich for my blood.
yeah.
Tonight? No, not the money line, on the run line.
Well, the run line.
1.5. 1.5 runs.
What is that, like minus 110, something like that?
Probably he's probably got it at, I'm guessing, minus 135 or 130.
Okay.
Yeah, I got let's see here. 6.5 is minus 165. That's total. I'm sorry.
That's a total.
On the Rays. Yeah, Rays at 4.5. Over under is minus 110.
For them to
Alex,
score
what's
five?
the deal, man? Boy, right there. That guy right there, professional fisherman one day. Salem, Woods.
What up, Alex? Come fish in the backyard.
Look at that backyard.
Hail to the victors. Yo, what about hail to the victors down at Lloyd C. Bird?
It's a classic song, man.
Wait,
Alex,
hey,
Coach
one more
Lawson,
time.
Jeff Davis.
Okay,
See, I don't know, man.
Troy
I'm not
Taylor.
a panic
Troy
button.
Taylor. Troy Taylor. Jimbo Pitt. Did you play at Lelsey Bird? Were you the head coach there?
Yeah, he was starting center in 1996.
You don't get goosebumps when you come out the tunnel to hail to the victors.
He is the goosebump.
I get goosebumps when I look at Nick Saban's face and the amount of makeup he
God,
has.
you know what? Again, one day I'm going to make you appreciate what you've done for America, but because you don't. Anyway,
Look, Alex coming on here and asking me about my class today. My class was wonderful today.
It was his best class.
which class?
Look at this.
You're right, Matt Pat. I don't even care who they pick it right now. They've already screwed this draft
That's
up.
what, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
Don't focus on them. I mean, if they draft Ladd McConkey, I'm just gonna be like, get away from me. You got more picks to draft Ladd McConkey, but you could have took a guy that is the fastest guy in the whole world away from the Chiefs. Really?
Spencer Rattler. What do y'all think about Spencer Rattler?
The Cowboys are taking him. Their Cowboys are taking him.
Shut up. We're not taking him. We're not taking him anywhere. Personally, I remember when QB1 came out on Netflix.
Pat, you can't tell me they're not taking anybody. So what if they took a quarterback in the second round? Talk to me, Pat. Are you turning the TV off?
Yeah. You guys wouldn't see me on here.
They need another quarterback.
You would hear about it for probably a few minutes, and then it'd just be flat screen. I just can't imagine it. And so on top of that, like piling onto Spencer specifically,
Spencer Rattler.
Remember when QB1 came out on Netflix? He was a just piece of shit, dude. Like, I was a cocky high schooler at one point as well. Now, granted, I wasn't the number one player in the country at what I do, but either way, like we were hearing about the personality issues with Caleb Williams. Dude, this guy, and obviously it's 6 years ago at this point, so it could have changed. He could have grown up, and that's
Spencer
fair.
Rattler started over him.
Well, regardless of starting and everything, like the off-field issues that I have seen on camera from Spencer Rattler. Obviously, he was 18, so like things could have changed, but he was a terrible teammate. And he left for Oklahoma, but you can't put that on him anymore because it's a transfer culture. So, like, what does that really say about him at this point? I don't know. He's not someone that I would want to see with the star on him.
But hey, let's talk a little Buffalo Bills football. I'm not worried about losing Diggs. Yes, we were a top tier team, but Shakur came on very well at the end of the season. Plus, we got two stud tight ends. And to win football games, you got to grind out that clock, man. I like Kincaid. I like we got Knox. Offensive line is pretty stout.
You lost your
defense,
center,
man. We lost some guys in the secondary, so that's where we're going to have to. That's where I would like to aim. If they picked a defensive lineman or an offensive lineman, I'd be super fine with that. Linebacker could be a spot that we could check out, but yeah, man, I'm not. It's not killing me about Diggs. Every week was about Diggs' feelings and all that stuff, man. You know what I mean? So, and I like the kid that we got from Washington. I don't think they used him well enough. I think
Curtis. Yeah, I think every wide receiver that's gone and played there for last 5 years, their numbers have been way down from what would be. I mean, like Terry is at one point. Terry was regarded as one of like a top 10 elite receiver, and I still think he's very, very good. But because he's been in Washington playing in that system and B, the myriad of quarterbacks that they've had, his numbers have been down, and he's not considered that guy anymore. So I'm with you. I think Curtis could definitely add some stuff. But you don't think A.D. Mitchell here out of Texas would get you hype?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
Hey,
there's
Still
talk
Six
of
is
the,
here?
There's talk of the wide receiver from Oregon as well.
Troy, yeah, speedster, brother.
Yeah. So, I don't think that's the biggest pressing issue is to replace that guy. I think we got guys in house that can definitely take the job. I just heard our GM recently just praising Shakur. I mean, you look at the numbers for the last couple of games. The guy kind of took over a little bit, And
it's cool. It's going to be who you guys got. I got Cooper DeJean. I think they go here. It's a guy that can be kicked. You can kick into safety. I mean, don't get crazy. Don't get crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
they traded out of 2 wide receiver picks. So, like, if they wanted that
turn your camera on.
They had 2 opportunities to take it.
There it is. Wouldn't mind Kool-Aid.
Wow. Wow. 6'4", can move. What do we think, Paul?
I like him. I like him.
He's a little bit behind.
I like him. But you know what? But I mean, that's not beating the Chiefs. Not this year.
Big receiver.
He's a big guy, though.
Yeah, 6'4" is something. Didn't the Chiefs get rid of Snead too, or did they?
I believe he did get traded. Yeah, he did get traded. Man, who did Swede go to? He went to somebody for like a second or a third.
Number 4 is
Titans. Yeah, I don't hate it.
Yeah, hey, they saw something in the guy, man. We'll see what happens. They've been picking pretty well last couple of years, so we'll see what happens. I remember that guy taking over some games there at Florida State. They played against some good competition.
We were within 5 points of him in the third quarter last year. Tech was, and Keon Coleman just started mossing dudes left and right. And we had one of the best secondaries in the country, and Keon was kind of just doing what he wanted to do. So I think it's a great pick. Chargers, they got to go wide receiver here, right? Have to.
Who is next? Is
Chargers just traded with the Pats. They're showing Lad. Is that who they're taking? Lad McConkey
No, don't do it.
over AD?
No, they're taking Mitchell from Texas.
You think?
Yeah.
I hope. I mean, I agree. I think he's the better receiver on the board. They just gave a whole lot of screen time to Lad, though.
Because, I mean, they're after this, the receiver run is over. That's why they moved up. Yeah, they know what they're doing.
Yeah. Dude, can we talk about the Niners taking freaking Ricky Pearsall at 31? Talk about a reach and a half.
Who?
The guy out of Florida that the Niners took last night.
So that's what I thought, man. I thought New England had that next pick, but that's what it was. They just traded that to San Diego. Who do you like San Diego getting here?
AD. I'm going with AD.
I think you're going to see
I'm going with the guy.
now.
Yeah, I'm going with the kid out of Texas.
Yeah, I thought New England would be looking at a receiver as well. Get Drake.
And again, it goes back to what I said last night about the Patriots. You take a quarterback, but now you're just trading back. This guy, we just burned year one of his rookie deal. He ain't playing. We probably already burned year two of his rookie deal. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's true.
The same could be said for Penix at 8, though. I know that one threw us all for a loop. But like Penix isn't going to play.
They took McConkey.
Is that right? Wow.
They took Lad. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Receiver.
He's not bad, but why is AD still on the board?
Why is he even like that?
Wow. Corner? We thinking here? Corner here?
I ain't mad at him, dude. He's got squeaky. He's got some squeaks. He's got some wheels.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I agree. And he's not bad. That's what I said. He's not a bad receiver. I just really thought that AD Mitchell would have been
Spencer Rattler right here.
Because he ain't, but that's the thing. He ain't playing on the outside.
Nah.
Rattler to the Cardinals.
Cardinals are taking Coop. That's my guess. Cooper DeJean is off the board right here.
Yes, good call. Pat,
What's up?
give me one thing you like about drones, one thing you don't like about drones.
So something I don't like.
Okay, so Arizona traded it.
It's kind of like unfortunate because it's such a big part of his game, but like he invites contact so much on every single play. Like regardless if he can step out of bounds or not, he's going to lower his shoulder into a guy, which is awesome when it leads to him like running someone over. But a day is going to come where he's going to lower his shoulder and someone's just going to be a little bit stronger on the other side, and we might be in some trouble. So that's kind of what I don't like. But I mean, when it comes to the positive, just what he does to an offense. We went from one of the worst offenses in the country with essentially a very similar lineup to what we went into the season last year with. And as soon as we made that switch at QB, it just unlocked a different dimension. So I don't think there's enough you can say about that. And I think he'll get his accuracy figured out when the offensive line gets better.
Yeah, this is going to be the guy from Texas. And why is that little kid wearing his jersey? Because they moved up. This is the last receiver available. That little kid's wearing his jersey. The number 5 guy from Texas.
Yeah, AD. He's
the kid's wearing his jersey.
Well, Drake London's number 5 right now as well.
Well, but he had a number 5 Texas jersey on in the Atlanta War Room. Crazy.
That's a coach's
I feel like you
son.
probably shouldn't be doing that. That's probably tipping your picks a little bit.
It's a little kid in there.
That's a coach's son.
That's a big guy. There's your guy. There's your guy, Coach Ball. Big kid from Illinois. They just showed him at the
St. Pete.
St. Pete.
Good, man. Dude, I think that guy started off as like a running back in high school. I mean, just to tell you what kind of athlete he is. He's got another brother that plays at Toledo, and his youngest brother, I believe, is the starting quarterback at CCC, Central Clearwater Christian. Yeah, man. The guy's a monster. Without a doubt. But, yeah, super athletic freak. You know, a guy that played running back in high school, now as a defensive lineman, you know, an interior guy, you know he's got some moves. Who did he who just got him? Did he go to Atlanta?
I think Atlanta should draft a corner.
Who just drafted Newton?
They did?
Who just drafted Newton?
No one yet. They were just showing him on the screen.
Yeah, man. I can't wait. Dude, I'd love to see the Bucs or Buffalo Bills hop up for TJ Tampa, man. He's a guy that was a wide receiver in high school, went to Iowa State, started, I think, 3 out of 4 years there. Just an unbelievable talent, man. You know, he's a guy, I think
yeah, who they take it?
4.6 40.
Andre Bad Moon Rising.
Clemson D tackle. Clemson D tackle. Going to Atlanta.
Loco from Yale Clemson.
What?
But yeah, man, TJ Tampa, that's a guy. He's a big corner, 6'1", 200 pounds. And look, these Lakewood guys.
Yo, what the hell are they?
4.6s. They're all 4 or 5 guys.
I didn't see that pick coming.
No, I didn't either. Wait.
Twitchy. He's twitchy. What does twitchy mean, Coach Taylor?
He's
This dog looks a
explosive.
little twitchy, if you ask
He's
me.
explosive.
Okay, he's like Chris Jones out there. Okay, no, I can get down with that.
4'8", 40 at 300 pounds.
Wow.
I'm good with that.
That's
No,
moving,
that's
brother.
like Chris Jones, dude. That's Chris Jones-esque. And you got to, I mean, sometimes you got to reach
300 pounds is
because the Chiefs reached for him. The
Kool-Aid,
Chiefs reached
baby.
for Jones. I mean, he was a second round guy, but dude, if this guy popped, you get a Chris Jones on the D line, dude, it makes everybody on that defense better. I don't care what you got. Because look at the Chiefs, man. Without Jones, they're not the Chiefs. I mean, Jones and Spags are the keys to the Chiefs defense.
Yeah, man. Having some height in the middle of that defense, it's different. You know what I mean? You're used to those big, stocky fire hydrant, 6'1", 330, 350 guys. Get a guy 6'4", 6'5" in the middle of that defense, man. He puts his hands up. It's hard to throw over.
Yeah. Yeah, and that protects the most vulnerable part of the field in the passing game, the middle of the field.
What a name. Every time that guy makes a tackle or a sack, the whole crowd.
And he's also playing Bryce Young twice a year, so I'm sure those long arms in the middle, Bryce isn't going to be able to see shit.
Yeah, man.
Neither is Baker.
Yeah, but Baker's not like 5'10" on a good day. I think when they said 5'10" for Bryce, they were being generous.
Oh my goodness! How did he navigate through the high school ranks to Alabama to the first pick in the draft? That's an incredible. That's a write a book thing, man.
Who?
My goodness, we don't have a true appreciation to how big he really is, and because if we saw him in person, we'd probably be more shocked.
Yeah, I mean that would be one of the, I'm sure, few NFL players that I could stand next to and like look down a little bit and be like, "Oh, what the hell? You're a world-class athlete."
I mean, at least Kyler Murray's a little thick.
Yeah,
and he has wheels. That he has serious wheels.
Bryce can't move anywhere.
Yeah, Jameer, you got to turn your camera on.
You had him for a second there, Coach.
Who are you talking about?
We got a fire hydrant. We got a spark plug in the middle of the defense. We're bringing in our Mike linebacker. Bringing in our Mike linebacker.
Who?
Clearwater's finest.
Please tell me it's Angry Redskins fan.
Oh my gosh, we're getting Angry Redskin fan on here, dude.
That would be
Thank
great.
you very much. No, it's Jameer. Jameer's got to turn his camera on.
There
it is.
What's up, y'all? I'm in the gym though.
Get after it, man. Let's get some downs.
Atlanta, Georgia, baby. What do you think about the Atlanta Falcons pick?
That pick was terrible.
Got Mike linebacker right there.
Yeah, that guy can go right there, man. What would you rather them gotten, Jameer?
What?
You would rather the Falcons gotten rather than the big D tackle from Clemson?
Mr. Augustine.
They could have got anybody. They could have got anybody on defense though, but I think their defense is already pretty solid. But
they got 2 in the second.
Yeah, 2 in the third.
2 in the first.
Yeah, but you work out, Jameer. We'll keep you on here, okay?
Yeah, man, get after it.
Appreciate that.
The man. We're going to be watching him one of these days get picked. Heck yeah, man. It's a fire hydrant Mike linebacker right now.
Yeah,
right
man.
There, man. Next Ray
Jameer Augustine.
From where?
From Clearwater, Florida.
He's from Fort Collins, baby. Fort Collins, Georgia.
Where's he played?
Travis Hunter. Place is Taylor Heineke.
Where does he play?
Where does he play?
To be determined.
Coach Bald's got an NIL. That's all I know.
To be determined. Yeah.
St. Pete Rejuvenate's got a name, image, and likeness deal. They had one with Sarah Blake Cheek, and now they have one for whoever they want to have one with.
Absolutely.
Who is that? Is that Kool-Aid?
They're
The
retiring.
Washington football team is on the clock.
That's Darryl Green. They said they're retiring his jersey this fall.
Oh,
look,
without a doubt. They should.
I do not like the Commanders, obviously, as a Cowboys fan. But the
Obviously.
new ownership group is hitting it on the head, brother. Everything that Dan Snyder did wrong when it comes to honoring former players, it seems like this whole group is just like trying to reverse that. Like, you don't want family members of teammate or former players coming and not feeling welcome. Fucking what's his face, Jackson Mahomes standing on the Sean Taylor like 21 thing, like BS like that. I think that's what these guys are trying to right those wrongs.
Look, this is not a good sign when you have that many numbers for one human being. That's angry Redskin fan. Right? See all those numbers? Good luck finding him. He's somewhere on Jeff Davis.
Oh, there it is. Look at that. What a throwback right there.
I guess I'm going to have to go to Facebook.
I'll never forget when he chased down on Tony Dorsett. Only man to chase Tony Dorsett and catch him from behind. 30 points a game, 30 and a half points a game is what the Washington Football Club gave up last year. You're not going to win many football games. You're going to be in a lot of shootouts. I'd go defense if I was those guys here.
Yeah, I think Newton is the pick here on D-line.
Oh, look at him. I bet Darrell Green could still run under a 540. What do you think? I love it. The man from Soul.
Oh, there it is. That's the pick.
Johnny Newton.
That's a good pick.
D tackle. Whoa, they got a bunch of. They already got the Alabama brothers in the middle.
Dude, I love that hat, man. Just with the numbers on it. That's sweet.
Yeah,
old school.
No,
Where can I get a hat? Like, where can I get that hat?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that's what I'm wearing this year.
Heck yeah.
I think that's a really good pick. He easily could have been a first-round guy. They lost 2 guys on the D-line.
6'1".
Alex Cannon says, I like the Redskins.
Yeah, he eats,
but
man.
I like Dallas
He's a freak.
and more.
All the guys you see in that clip right there, they're all his brothers, and they all ball, man.
Iowa.
Beast. St. Petersburg, Florida in the house. I love it. I love it. Over for the first round. I'm glad he's there. You guys are building it right with him. Quarterback. Love it.
He's going to the nation's capital.
Zan Newton.
Sam Townsend says, just point me in the direction of whatever team is winning. And I've been a diehard fan.
Gursky, yeah, man, he was awesome at the University of Illinois. I believe he's got a brother starting at Toledo I believe he starts in the secondary. And his youngest brother is starting quarterback. Could probably play 5 different positions, man. Just
Hey, Money Moves is in the house.
What's up? What's up?
what is going on live from Detroit, Michigan, the D. Let's talk
Too bad
about
I'm
it,
not
Big
there
Money.
right now. Too bad I'm not there.
Yeah, man.
You're
If
there
you're
in
not
spirit.
following him. Follow him. He's been ripping off gyms for a good while, man. He kills it in college baseball. What have you been hot in lately, Chase?
What was that?
What have you been making money off of lately here, Chase?
Usually player props, just hits. 3 or 4 players to get a hit, and then college baseball.
Yeah,
A lot of
man.
college baseball.
I know you're an insider with the baseball, man. What's the town like there? Is just a huge buzz of people going crazy? I mean,
It's
it looks like
insane. That's all you hear about around here, man, is the atmosphere and the vibe. It's insane.
I mean, I heard there's like 300,000 people down there.
Yeah, it's people started jumping fences last night and stuff. I heard to get in. They shut it down an hour early for people getting into the draft. There's so many people.
Heck yeah. So that's his hashtag. If you want to find him, where all can we find you at? You're on Facebook, Twitter.
I'm mostly on Facebook. My partner's got a Twitter, and that's about it right now. Facebook and Twitter.
Good stuff, man. Good
Hey,
stuff.
Paul. Can we get Paul to turn his TV down a little bit?
I think he's taking a little.
He's nipping a little bit.
Oh, they're talking about you.
Not me, man. I'm on
Hey,
pot of coffee number 2, baby.
Me? Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
you guys
what?
see who the Patriots got yet?
Paul, can you turn down your
What?
TV just a little bit?
Who are you talking to, Willis?
Is that who they got, Polk?
Yeah, Jalen Polk.
Gotcha.
Polk.
I thought they were gonna get Roman Wilson, to be honest.
Yeah, wide receivers are premium in this.
Let's go.
Got
What you talking about?
Tennessee Titans up next. Tennessee Titans.
That was
Offensive
fast.
line coach Bill Callahan. What do you think about that, Coach Taylor?
He's still
I think he's the
coaching.
best.
Yeah, man. Bill Callahan.
Where's his younger
coach.
son in Cincinnati?
His son's the head coach of the Tennessee Titans.
Come here.
But he came from Cincinnati.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a family business.
No, too bad they're in the wrong city. That place ain't going anywhere fast.
Who's that? Titans?
Yeah, they're just stuck in neutral.
Could be a good spot to take a running back for them. There hasn't been a running back taken yet.
They got the
They
dude,
just
but they got
paid-
the cowboy.
Yeah, they just paid Pollard $8 million a year.
Okay, gotcha.
What they get? How much did he get? How much did they get Pollard?
8.
Mm.
Which I think he got the same deal that Swift got in Chicago.
Mm.
It seemed to be the free agent standard for running backs of a certain caliber, obviously.
Matt, have they officially locked in Zeke, or is that still kind of pending?
I've heard both. I saw a post this morning that said that it was going to be finalized by like noon. Clearly, that was BS. But personally, I don't really care. Like it'll be good for those 3rd and 2 goal line situations that we missed him a lot in last year, and what he did well for the Patriots. But I mean, what is a 3rd running back 2 gonna do to that room? You know, like
Be quiet.
three running back 2s and a gadget guy. I don't think is really gonna unlock a great running game.
Yeah, all they're good for is stealing points from your fantasy football team.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like what
Dude, you know, I have to say it again, man. Them not pushing the buttons to get a running back is that's just a nail in the coffin to me with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know
You're
why
killing me.
Matt Pat. I don't know why you even. It's so annoying that they're, dude. If I was a Cowboy fan, I'd be annoyed. I wish they would just come out and say that we're moving on, but they're saying it without saying it.
Yeah, but Jerry is, and obviously you guys saw what Jerry was up to in the 90s till now. I'm obviously only 23, so like from my experience of Jerry, he's not gonna tell us what the hell we're doing, anyways. Like,
No,
He
he's
doesn't
not.
even
but
know
I
what
mean,
he's doing.
nothing's new, you know.
What do
No,
you guys
but they're
think
not.
about them
They're right.
drafting Porter?
I'll tell you what they're not doing is they're not going all in. And man, But it's okay. It's okay because I know what they're doing. So why am I frustrated? I know exactly what they're doing. They're going to blow this thing up, man.
I think
And I can't wait to see what they get for 11. I can't wait to see the package they get, the draft package they get for 11.
Where do the Titans go here, guys? What would be your guesstimate?
Cooper DeJean.
Keon Coleman.
That's it. They acquired Snead.
Yeah,
That's
Snead,
acquired
Snead's on the Titans.
Oh, we have a trade.
You guys are 30 seconds ahead of me.
Sweat. They got Sweat on the line. That's decent. That's decent. I mean, it's not like they have a super strong starting role on the D line right now at every spot. So we'll see. He won the Outland Trophy. That's important.
All right, I texted Angry Redskin fans' mom, and she gave me his number. I have 20 numbers for him. If anything Dallas needs is a new quarterback.
Alex, get out of here, brother.
Did they already get one? It's going to be
I can see the Cowboys drafting Corum tonight.
So here's what I think it could go. Depending on where Edge falls, the linebacker from A&M, if he falls to us at 56, I could see us going linebacker here. And then we have 2/3, and Jonathan Brooks will probably be gone. But Trey Benson, you mentioned Corum. The issue with Corum is that he's probably going to be like a 4th-round guy. We don't have a 4th-round pick, so we would be trading back. But I could see any of those 3 running backs, depending on where the linebacker is when it gets to our pick.
That is a big human.
Yeah.
I just picked 6'4" and 1/4, 366, 5'2", 40. That is a guy that you don't want to run at.
the Titans drafted him.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like what Tennessee's doing. You got a
What's
good
the- where
offensive
is he
lineman
from?
First round, huge defensive lineman second.
I think he's from Texas.
Yeah, University of Texas.
Yeah, I mean, when you
Devontae
think about teams doing like a hard reset, the Titans are handling this better than most teams we've seen in the past try and do it. I mean, adding Snead, drafting the O lineman that shot up the boards on everybody's boards the past like week with Latham. Getting Snead, obviously, and then that pick right there. They signed Calvin Ridley. So like,
Yeah, Ridley, Pollard, they got some good
yeah,
veterans.
AFC South is going to be legit this year, which is crazy to
Hold
say.
on. If you know the only way that I would believe, you know what would complete them and why they're incomplete. I would think totally different of them if they would have went out and paid and got Kirk Cousins. But with Levis there at quarterback, you can add whatever you want to, but everything starts with who's your QB. And again, they've made some great moves. And again, if I was the Patriots, I'd build this way and they get my quarterback later. But Levis doesn't move the needle, and that's the problem. That's a problem. I just don't.
Is this another D lineman for the Rams?
Because let's just say, I mean, you're right. They got Calvin Ridley. Like Ridley went to Tennessee. Knowing that Levis was going to be quarterback. And I know these guys just jump places to, they take the best offer on the table and they're like, hey, I'm going to make it happen. But dude, if Levis struggles, man, that is just going to be disheartening in Tennessee.
Yeah, I think they're an 8-9 with him at QB. Maybe 9 wins. But if he goes out there and he throws like 27 touchdowns to 13 picks or whatever, like you're not really like that's just an average season for a Will Levis. So like you said, it's not moving any needles.
One of the
And
best.
you know what? Another thing. A team that's been very quiet and no one's talking about, but year 2 of Richardson's going to be special. Like if they have more
Plus they're
hope
healthy,
than Tennessee because they got a guy that's is just a complete freak.
Yeah.
He's a freak.
Yeah.
And now he's already been in the NFL quarterback room for a year, and now he's got Flacco in there talking to him, and guiding him along with his 21 years of service. Man,
Veteran mentor.
Braden Fisk, Florida State. Well, that's who you're going to be replacing Aaron Donald with, you hope.
They took an edge in the first round too, right?
Yep.
Yeah, verse.
Yeah, 2 Florida State guys. Yeah.
They've got a type. They like ACC.
I think that kid from Clemson that just went early in the second round has some real raw talent, man. If he can put a few things together, that kid's going to be a force in the NFL.
I concur with you, my friend, because that guy, what I saw a poor man's Chris Jones running around there. I mean, someone taps into that talent. Like Coach Ball was just saying, you got a 6'4", 6'5" guy in the middle of the defense that can move, and he's a dancing. I call him Dancing Bear.
Dancing Bear.
Good feet. Man, you got something, man. Chris Jones, that's why he's a problem. He wasn't a first round pick.
Yep. I love the way you put that too, man. Dancing Bear.
Dancing Bear, man.
The fucking Eagles. They're going to make a perfect pick. I already know it. They're going to nail it right on the head.
Who do they need?
They need a new head coach because their head coach.
Alex, have fun with the drag truck, man.
They took Mitchell in the first. So
Hey man, I'm gonna make a bold statement right here. The starting quarterback for the Los Angeles Raiders, not this year but next year, is gonna be Dak Prescott.
dude,
Just saying.
why are you just
You like picking on them. You like picking
I'm
on
just
those
saying,
Cowboy
man.
fans.
Watch, because they're not gonna. They're done now. They can't get a starter this year. Gardner Minshew he's a career serviceable backup. He's going to play this year. They're going to be bad. They're going to be bad, but there's not a good enough quarterback to take next year unless they're trying to blow up the season and try to convince Dion to let his son play for Las Vegas, and then we got something different there. Okay, definitely got something different. But I think it's Dak Prescott to the Raiders next year.
I hope you're wrong, brother. I hope you're wrong.
You want him still on your quarterback next year?
We talked about this, brother.
After this season. Now, I'm not saying this season, next season.
Yeah, I mean, look, the point that was made last night of him being 31 and everything like that, like, Drew didn't win a Super Bowl till he was 32, I'm pretty sure. Peyton didn't get to his I could be a little bit wrong with Peyton, but it took him like 6 or 7 years to get to somewhere good as well. So, like, Dak's been here for 8. I think, and now again, the leash is short. I've said that a few times. The leash is definitely short, but I don't know if I'm ready to just move on from a second-team All-Pro that's got one of the best touchdown-interception ratios of the 21st century. You know, like,
Touchdown to what?
He had
touchdown interception ratio.
He had a 5-game.
Sometimes that's not a good thing.
No, it's not.
You don't
Hey,
throw interceptions.
well, Jimbo Fisher. Okay, Matt Pat, playoff record.
Fair.
Will trade his interception.
Hey, he
Any
ended
day of the
the
year.
best
Brett
player of
Favre.
all time's career.
Thank you. Troy, what were you saying?
Saying Brett Favre will trade his interception record any day of the week.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
we can understand and appreciate what Brett was as a quarterback. We all know damn well that Dak isn't slinging the ball like Brett Favre out there. So, like,
No.
if you're taking what that quarterback can give you, like, Jake Plummer. Remember Jake Plummer? He was a slinger like nobody had ever seen, dude. He was slinging that thing, and he was always trying to make a play. But the talent was different. He was a very similar style to Brett, but the talent was so different that he ended his career after like 6 years. He's got the same amount of touchdowns as interceptions. Like, that's not what I want Dak to do, because that's not.
Who does Dak remind you of?
Good question.
That
Great
is a good
question. That's a great question.
Russell Wilson with no rings. Not as good of a passer.
Yeah, 3 inches taller, stronger, not as good of a runner.
Not as good as Cam Newton.
Jamarcus Russell.
Wow. That's a low blow, dude.
Hey, let me ask you this, Chase. Can the Detroit Lions win a Super Bowl with
This is their year to do it if they're going to do it.
Good pick,
This is
Eagles.
their year.
No, Eagles. Way to go. You got you a pro.
Holy
And I
shit.
really think it comes down to what we do in the second round, to be honest.
Wow.
I see some really bold moves that we could do that would blow some people's minds if it happened. We could trade up and end up with Kool-Aid. I mean,
DB.
look at that
Iowa.
defense now.
Cooper
Is this kid-
DeJohn.
is he
DB.
the first
Iowa.
right corner in the NFL since Michael Strahan? Michael Strahan since, what was the guy's name? Sehorn. Jason Sehorn.
Yeah, that's right, man. Seahorn.
Cooper DeJohn.
White
DB.
corner.
Iowa.
Wow.
Iowa.
Since Jason Sehorn.
Kool-Aid's still up.
Hey, okay, I like these little questions. So I'm gonna go back to Matt Pat. Cowboy
Yeah.
fan.
I'm hurting over here, brother. Yeah, what's up?
Better quarterback. Dak Prescott or Tony Romo?
Romo.
Wow.
Do we got
Overall-
situational
man.
football here? Or?
Well, see, here's the thing. Like, top end, like, at their max, at their ceilings, I'll probably go Tony. But
I agree.
at a week-to-week basis, I think I'd go Dak. Like, Dak doesn't go out there and have 4 or 5 interception games. Love Tony to death. First NFL jersey I ever had was a Tony Romo jersey. I would have to, go to school the next day, and they'd be calling him Betty Crocker or whatever because he'd have all these turnovers. It's shit like that.
But
How many
listen,
sacks does Dak take?
Not a lot. What are we talking about?
I'm talking about Deion Sanders' son. He would rather take a sack than throw an interception. Dak the same way.
Didn't we just talk about one of the lowest touchdown interception ratios of the 21st century? Like, Dak had 1 poor year of interceptions.
I'm
And
saying,
besides
does
that-
he take sacks instead of throwing picks?
But I'm saying he doesn't really throw picks like that regardless. And we've seen in more recent years, he's very, very mobile. Even since the ankle injury, he doesn't really take sacks. He gets out of it. Now, to the team's credit, we've had a very, very solid offensive line for his entire career.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid.
That's a good pick.
that's a great pick. Here comes the run on corners, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Dak, to me, I don't know, man. You just said, who does he remind you of? Matt Ryan, minus going to a Super Bowl?
Yeah, but Matt can't move like Dak can. Like, Dak adds 4 or 5 touchdowns on the ground a year.
How big is he? 5'11". Yo, man, what's up with Cooper DeJohn, man?
I told you the Eagles were going to take the perfect pick here, and they did. They capitalized on Coop sliding. They picked him up, and now they have Mitchell on one side. They still have Slay.
Great move by them.
They've got Coop on the
Yeah,
other.
but
and
you
then
know what
just-
they don't? You know what they don't have? They don't have a head ball coach. That guy is masquerading as a head coach in the NFL. He's not a good guy. Nick Sirianni. I can't believe Jimbo Fisher is not all over Nick Sirianni. I can't believe it. Like, you're all over Nick Saban. You better check out.
I mean, I said Nick Sirianni is Josh McDaniels. Same person. Josh
I got a
McDaniels did the
question for
same
everyone.
Go ahead.
Who's the next best corner in this draft?
Somebody from
The
Alabama.
other guy from Alabama?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be Mikey Sammer still. I think he's going to drop to the 4th, 5th round, and that guy's going to be an animal.
Mikey who?
Mike Sammer still from Michigan.
Oh, Agent Zero.
I think he's.
No, I got you.
I think
he's
he's the next best corner.
He's a Patriot guy, man. He's one of those guys that can play every position in the secondary.
Yep. I like that pick.
I like him.
I would like him to go to the Patriots. That'd be a good one.
You got any idea what his 40 time was at the combine? Because that's probably what's keeping him from being picked right now. Because he was like a honey badger to me, but just bigger than honey badger.
Yep.
See, here come the corner. See, I'm telling you, and again, you bring up Samerson. I bet you he didn't run good.
I bet you he ran like a 4.42 or something.
That'd be moving. Who are we talking about?
Mike Sammer still from Michigan.
Agent Zero from Michigan.
He ran a 4.47. That's pretty solid. It just sucks that there were like 2 corners that were sub 4.4. But
Fucking smart. Oh my God. Yo, Mari Earls. Hey, Jimbo. Mari Earls. Mari Earls. I'm telling you. Keep in touch with him.
hey, what's up with all these Virginia guys going to South Carolina and Clemson?
Shane Beamer.
What's going on?
Shane Beamer.
Hey, that's your fault. You should have talked to your boy, man.
I did. I tried. You can next time you talk to him, tell him to check his DMs. He'll have one from MattPat44 on Twitter, brother. I tried.
Yeah. You know what? That's not look, Matt. I'm glad you jumped in and said it. That's not a good look for Tech. That's a bad look. And the worst team that those 2 kids could go to was South Carolina. It could have been Michigan State, Penn State, Florida State. Didn't matter. To Shane Beamer?
Yeah, brother, you're telling me.
Oh my goodness.
Caleb went there too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I reached out to Caleb as well, and Caleb was supposed to come on the show, but he never did, which is all good. But
yep.
Dude, I did get Deuce from Trinity, the DB.
Yes.
Yeah, I had him on here. Great kid, but I think he's like one of the last available guys for Tech to snag, and I do think we're pretty high on that board. But holy shit, we need to get on top of some of these dudes quick.
I don't think they're.
Well, it's crazy because we had 5 of the top 12 in last year's Virginia class. Like Brent, when he was at Penn State, was the reason that Penn State was dominating Virginia Tech in Virginia recruiting, right? Like Brent knew what he was doing within this area. And then he did it his first year of like truly recruiting in the offseason. And now we're back to kind of where we were before.
Yeah, those two guys could have been that you talk about to me, it's like we talk about 7, 8 wins. Now you can start talking 9, 10 wins. That's because they create momentum of other guys. You talk about top 5 guys in the state. If you can hang on to them, and again, I had a conversation today with somebody, and we were talking about back in the heyday, and we even included UVA in this. When UVA was dominant, they had a lot of in-state kids on their team. The Barbers, the Farriers, the Threets. They had. It was an in-state. You knew when you watched the game, you knew people. Virginia Tech was the same way. It was, if you were a Virginian watching a Virginia Tech game, it was all guys from here. It was a healthy, and then, they sprinkled in a Kevin Jones from Pennsylvania, but he was an outlier compared to what it was in state, but you can't look if in this state, if Virginia and Virginia Tech cannot be national if they don't win their state. There's no way.
I agree. Well, dude,
and with with the transfer portal, I will go ahead and say this. If you can't recruit regionally and you're bringing in kids from Texas, chances are you're going to coach them up, give them film, and they're going to transfer.
Boom. Guess who you just described to a T? Justin Fuente and his entire strategy. He wanted to start the Texas to VT pipeline. He got like 3 guys in there. They all transferred out. And then when we look at the top end guys from the classes that he did bring in, because to Fuente's credit, I don't give him a lot of credit on a lot of stuff, rightfully so. But to his credit, those first 2 recruiting classes that he brought in post Beamer were full of 4 stars, good classes. But they all transferred out. Wonder why? And then we get to COVID, and the rules change on recruiting, and when they changed the visit rule during COVID to where like they allowed you to go back to in-person visits, Fuente didn't do it. If you remember, like there was a whole article written about it. He did not take advantage of the rule changes, and we lost our recruiting class went from top 25 to in the 40s, and the pipelines that he was trying to establish did nothing but throw off the rhythm within Virginia and North Carolina, Maryland. And now, we're kind of in a scrambling area with the recruiting stuff. And I made about 50 episodes during the football season of, I called it the recruiting trail. And every team that I went over, a huge emphasis that I put on was dominating your state, owning your state. Every single team I talked about how they were doing when it came to owning their state. And so trust me, I know exactly how important it is. It's disappointing to see so far.
Dude,
now,
you can do a dissertation on that.
Okay, so what's the
50
answer,
episodes,
Matt,
brother? I basically did.
Yes.
What's the answer, Matt Pat?
What's up?
The answer. Winning Virginia.
I think once Brent gets, well, not once, he is in that position to do it now. But establishing relationships from freshman year, I think is just so massive and something that obviously Fuente fell short of, building those relationships within Virginia schools. Because when Brent took the job and he was visiting like Vic's old high school and then just basically touring the 757, he said that he went into some schools where we used to get guys all the time, and they said they hadn't seen a tech coach in those hallways in 6-7 years. So like
Jim Kavanaugh was the reason.
Well, I just think that whole era, that like 5-6 years after Beamer, is just filled with so much dysfunction and self-destruction, basically, of what we used to be known for, especially recruiting wise. That's a good pick. I've done like 30 mocks. So in a couple of them, I had Powers Johnson going to Dallas. But yeah, I think the answer to your question is we just need to get back to establishing relationships very early. Oh, and more Matoka guys. What's his face? Bryce. I can't remember his last name right now. He's going to Pitt.
Yes. I mean, these are top 10 guys, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the state.
Well, dude, here's what gets me going is that when I was in high school, some of my boys were, Deuce Coleman, Manuel Hickman, and then Burgos, who plays for Tech now.
Yes.
I grew up with Deuce and Emmanuel, but Burgos I met in high school. Regardless, those were like the three guys that we knew were going to go D1. And then besides that, it was like, all right, this guy will probably go to Averett. This guy will probably go to Elon, stuff like that. And now the squad, after I leave, and I watch our team get the shit out of by 3 years out of 4. Now we've got some top-end D1 talent after I can't watch it anymore.
Hey, I got a nugget for you, Washington football team fans. Dante Fowler, who went to Lakewood High School, played for the Florida Gators. He's now a defensive end for there. Started off at the St. Pete Little Devils. Also, who started off at the St. Pete Little Green Devils was Newton, the guy they just drafted from the University of Illinois. So, man, you can't tell me something ain't in the water in some places, whether it's Matoka, Virginia, or St. Petersburg, Florida. Money moves.
Oh.
What is going on? Talk to me about the rivalry that is now back in action with the Green Bay Packers. And the Packers
Yes, ma'am.
on the clock.
I think that's all going to depend on Jordan Love's play. If he plays like he did
Good
the second
pick,
half of
Packers.
last year, it's gonna be a problem for us. If he plays like he did the first half, then it's gonna be no problem.
Let me ask you this. How does it feel, you guys having, decent success with Stafford and then going to golf, but never really having, before Stafford, it was a bunch of guys. How does that make you feel when you see the Green Bay Packers go from having Favre for so long, then to having Aaron Rodgers for so long, and now Jordan Love just looks like he wants to be the second coming of both of them?
I agree, and if he does, man, he's gonna be there for a long time, and I have a feeling he's gonna end up being really good. That rivalry is gonna get really good. It's gonna be real fun to watch this year. That's for sure. It's gonna be interesting.
Well, here's the thing,
Interesting to see what Detroit does with their quarterback too. There's no deal imminent with Jared Goff, and honestly, I personally hated Jared Goff when he first came here, and I kind of grew to love the guy a little bit. And I'm interested to see what they're going to do with that situation because I think Hendon Hooker could be really good,
Give him a shot.
and he's athletic.
BT is in the house. Hey, Detroit fan. Hey, you're like old Mother Hubbard, dude. You got Hendon Hooker in the cupboard. That's good.
Yep.
Look, be careful.
Cooking.
That's a sleeper. That was an old hokey pokey. But you know what? That guy he was smooth as the other side of the pillow in the pocket when he was at Tennessee. And dude, let him rehab. Let him learn the NFL game. That is dude, let him fly under the radar. That was a good pick. That was a good pick.
100%.
You wait and see. And again, the Detroit Lions did the same thing Atlanta just did yesterday. Draft and stash. Because when it's time for Penix Jr. to get on the field 3 years from now, they will be laid and sprayed in Atlanta. They will have everything they need, and he's going to start throwing bullets. Just like but Hooker's going to have everything, and they're winning now. They're on another level than Atlanta. So dude, you guys don't even need to look at quarterback.
And that's
Your next
something
quarterback is in the
Detroit.
building.
That's something Detroit hasn't had in a long time, man. Is an athletic quarterback that can move.
Yes.
I'm excited. I have very high hopes for him.
Oh God damn it, dude!
And again, I think people sleep on Goff. He's underrated, man.
He is.
That guy can throw the ball in a tight window on 3rd and 7. That's all I care about.
His problem is, though, man, when he gets under pressure, his under pressure stats are disgusting compared to when he's not pressured.
Yep.
All right, well, fellas, both of my picks for the Cowboys in this second round just got taken back to back, so I don't have a
linebackers.
fucking clue. Yeah, Edge got taken, and then Jonathan Brooks just got taken here. So depending on how they feel, I wouldn't be mad at Trey Benson here at 56.
He tore it up in Florida State.
Yeah, I mean, another example of a Florida State guy that I saw just take over a game as soon as I felt good about the Hokies playing him last year. It was a 5-point game in the third quarter. Then all of a sudden, Keon Coleman and Trey Benson just start rolling on us. So I'm cool if we get him, but I was really hoping Brooks would slide. I was really hoping that Edge would slide just to see which one. But goddamn,
I think Dallas's Dallas's running back is yet to be drafted. To be honest, I think the man from Michigan is going to Dallas.
Dude, I'm not mad at it. I would like it a lot. I just hope that, like, maybe the running backs pick up a little bit after Brooks is off the board here, so Corn sticks up. But I just think he's going to fall into the fourth, and we just
We say you guys might get lucky and be able to get him in the fourth.
Takes his time. Like, he doesn't just grab the ball and runs.
He's patient.
Mm-hmm.
And when he got through,
but I think maybe the Giants could be sneaky, and they might.
He's a bouncer. Like
he fit the Giants scheme real good.
Say that again.
I said I think Corn would fit the Giants scheme real good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who?
Just who wants to jump on the running back? I guess the ball's rolling now, so like.
Let's see if the run happens.
Yeah.
You know,
if it does. I'm just gonna go to. I don't know what
I gotta look at this guy's overall. So he was overall. That's a reach. So he's 80. Man, he's a good-looking guy for number 88 ranked player in this draft. I like that guy. The running back from Texas. Man, he looked good. I like him.
Sneaky.
Yeah, I just watched the highlights and I'm like, wait a second, that guy looks. I like he was patient and.
Man. The reason he was behind Bijan last year, and so like he was highly regarded, but he's had 2 ACLs, I think.
Yeah, and 2 ACLs, and then he was the starter for 1 year. So there's not enough. You know, I get you, but man, he looked good.
Who does he remind you of?
Man, I don't even know. I just like his patience, man. I just like when he takes the handoff, he actually takes time to look to see what's going on.
I think the more and more I look at him, I think it's a lot like Gibbs. I think he's going to be patient and explosive.
Hey,
Gibbs, Alabama.
Yep.
Yes, your guy. Okay,
yep.
Got you. Yeah, he's not in a hurry to do stuff either.
Not at all.
Again, man, how the hell? Yeah, that's where it's like people develop, man. He ended up at Georgia Tech and then to Alabama, man. And man, yeah, you know what? And he ain't even reached his ceiling yet.
Oh no,
there's more to him, man. There's a lot more to him.
He's going to be a weapon for years to come.
You know who's going to be the first running back off the board next year? Donovan Edwards.
You think?
Dude, 6 carries, 106 yards in the national championship game.
After doing nothing all year.
Well, Corum, right? So, like, without Corum
David.
taking his touches.
Oh, what? Detroit, thank you for coming on today, man. And again,
No problem.
I'm blind. I can't see names. All right, Money Moves. Check this out. And I'm glad you look. You just got me tickled pink. He's the only player that can save the Cowboys. There's your guy. If you start Corum as your running back, Cowboys, that's a starting running back in the league. He's Tyron Williams from last year for the Rams.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a good. Thank you. Thanks. Money Moves. You're on it. You're on it, man. But Corum is a Cowboy guy. Corum should be a Cowboy because that's the only guy that
I
can
can
start
see
as a rookie at running back, and he's going to eat.
Yep.
The only guy that can do it with. That guy eats. He's going to eat.
He's an animal.
Yeah.
Oh, let's talk about the linebacker you guys took out of Texas A&M, man. First team, all SEC.
Hey, look, I love it because, again, rangy, athletic guys that can play outside the hash marks, I'll take it all day. The Packers are in a unique position because they have a young court receiver, young athletic people. I mean, young offensive talent. Now they're just tinkering here, man. And again, you're talking about a team that played the 49ers last year and went deep in the playoffs. Be careful.
Up by 10 in that game.
Be careful. They're just adding athletes now.
Who would you
everywhere.
like to see Green Bay get next? Or what position?
Yeah, that was
I mean, because the NFL is the NFL. Give me offensive, defensive line, man. Something. I mean, we got it all. We took all. Give me a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Interior guy. I don't. But I mean, they've been drafting well the last couple of years. So
last year,
here's the thing.
Do
So
they
it's
need
like-
another weapon for Jordan Love?
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with doing that. And again, but you know who takes a lot of pressure off of that receiving core?
Running
It's
back.
where the Packers know how to splurge in free agency. Getting the running back from the Raiders was E. And I didn't realize when they did it how many years younger than he was than than Jones.
Yep.
I was like, whoa, dude, that made my off season. Because I was like, man, it just seems like, they're playing in the same time. They're being talked about in the same time. And I'm like, well, they're probably the same age. No, the mileage is different for those two players. And Josh Jacobs is the better player than Jones. I'm sorry. He is.
He is.
Yeah, man.
He's more explosive.
He's a dual threat, without a doubt. Did they keep the big boy from Boston College as well? They still got him in the backfield.
Yes. And I like him too. But again, I don't want to feature him. I want him to be the closer. And I take Jacobs out in the fourth quarter because they're up and let him just eat and bang.
Well, that
Love
was
it.
part of the issue when Jones got hurt last year is that they had to feature Dylan, and he's just not a feature back.
No.
It's the same thing when Ramondre got hurt in New England and Zeke had to come in, and Zeke was doing great at his running back 2 stuff, but you give him the touches and it's like, all right, probably not the guy.
Yeah.
The
I mean, and again, that you keep him around because and that's just the Packers are the Packers can play power football. They can play extension, like 4 wide football, and then they can fourth quarter and you will not see Jacobs and they can pound. If they're up, they can just pound because that guy likes that stuff. They have a nice setup, man. But again, the Packers are in a position right now. Just take best available. I think they've got all avenues covered right now. You can never have too many DBs, and you can never have too many defensive linemen. I love that staying there because you never know. These late round guys can hit on the D line, and then you got something. But
I could see. I know I keep talking about the hometown Michigan guys, but I could see Roman Wilson.
Jenkins,
Roman Wilson, the receiver.
Okay. There's a lot of good
He would fit in the slot amazing for Green Bay.
yeah, he's tough as nails, man.
I think you're going to see
man.
Jenkins go here soon, too.
Who?
The big D tackle, Jenkins. I think he goes here in this round.
Correct.
You got the Bengals on the clock. I think here's a good time to maybe pull the trigger on Trey Benson. You know, who are they going to replace?
I hope not. God, I hope not.
Yeah. Who we got? Jamar Chase's mom coming out there?
No, she just likes Jamar Chase. Hey, Mitchell's still out there. T. Higgins is asking to be traded.
That's right, man. Yeah. The Hickerson, the D lineman, he's asking to be traded, man. What's going on in Cincinnati? Nobody wants to play there? What's going on?
No, they want to get paid.
They don't want to have their indoor workouts be in a bubble. The craziest thing is they just built that last year.
Wow.
Their outdoor practices in Cincinnati. Oh, Jenkins, there you go.
Yep. Good pick.
Thank God. Keep Trey on the board, baby. Keep Trey on the board.
The Washington football squad coming up here next.
Keep Trey on the board.
Trey Benson. I need a running back.
What?
I said Trey Benson. If he were to have gone there, then I would have had to bank on Blake, which I'm cool with. But
No. Look, brother, I will say this. I know. Okay, you want the Michigan man.
You do.
If you're going to start a rookie, start number 2. That dude, I know he's going to show up every weekend. I trust
He
number
will take
2.
the bulk of the carries.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
He doesn't. Animal.
I'm with you. I am, like I said, I'm perfectly fine with Blake if we end up getting him.
Blake Corum wants the guy from Florida State to get picked for him. That's just going to piss him off more.
It's probably just bias for me because I watched Benson just torch Virginia Tech, which on the ground isn't the hardest thing to do last year, but it's just ingrained in my head watching him do some work.
299, 300 pounds.
Man, Adonde Mitchell still sitting there. We thought
somebody's about to get him, man. I can't wait. I'm excited. I'm excited to see who gets
right here.
Dude, I'm excited to see who gets Corum. I'm a big Corum fan because he just is a yeah.
He's fun. I was even thinking maybe the Bengals could get him. The Giants, they obviously, but I could see Cincinnati or I think he's really going to go to Dallas.
There you go, Samersil. There he is. Going to DC. DC's in the house. Jump for joy.
Max, I told you that guy's going to be good.
Yes. Agent Zero.
There we go.
Every team
5'9" and that 3 A's 182. He's Honey Badger.
He is.
Every team in our division has gotten substantially better except for us.
That is true, man, Pat. You are seeing through the smoke in the mirrors that maybe Crystal Ball Paul might know a thing or two. We crusty, gray-haired veterans, we've seen some stuff before.
I prefaced all of my takes with that. I can see where he's coming from, and I agree with the logic. I have not disagreed with the take. I'm just ready personally to have my heart broken again by the downside.
Welcome. Hey, man, I'm a Bills fan. We wrote
yeah.
Follow our blueprint. Yeah, man, good pick right there. Good pick. Pittsburgh Steelers are now on the clock. Who do you see going to Pittsburgh? What would be a good fit there for Mike Tomlin and what those guys got going on in Pittsburgh? Sean Nealon.
No, dude, this would be the spot for AD right here, right? Like, they need a wide receiver back.
Yeah. I can definitely see those guys going defense, going edge, somebody to those guys always, they need to bring that heat, especially in that division with all those quarterbacks.
They added a good amount of defensive guys. I don't think they added anybody on the edge, but I know linebacker got beefed up. I know corner got added too.
Yeah, like you said, a receiver would be good here to go with Pickens. I believe they got rid of Deontay.
Yeah, he's in Carolina. Carolina, yeah.
They got two pretty good
Troy.
There.
Hey, Troy out of Oregon, the speedster we were talking about earlier. I don't think he'd be a bad pick if you have Pickens at your X and then you can have a speedster on the other side of the field. It's just you're trusting Russ, obviously.
Yeah, Tony Franklin. We've talked about him earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think about Pittsburgh. I think I go defensive line.
If I'm Pittsburgh, you know what? With all the with what they got going, I take the best player available.
Yeah,
I'll take AD. AD. Yeah, I'm with you. Yep. I'm not messing around because I mean they're still talking about like. I mean, there's a possibility of somebody in the receiver room leaving between now and with the start of the season because they've got all kinds of stuff going on. But
yeah, man, that's just a brutal division, man. That North, I mean, the Cleveland Browns, Baltimore Ravens.
Has Cleveland picked yet?
Going well before the injury.
Cleveland is not picked yet, correct?
I don't believe so. Yeah, they haven't.
No, they haven't.
I think they're 54th.
Yeah.
Is that still picks for Deshaun Watson? Because I know they traded the franchise for that guy.
Yeah, and then gave him GDP of fucking Argentina as well. Like
Jameis Winston is now in that quarterback room. Man, you talk about some shenanigans.
Dude, yeah. Talk about an eclectic group. Holy shit. Like, what kind of conversations are they having in that QB room?
Did you see him on the show, the fishing show? God, Jameis Winston, he's one of
he's a character. Yeah, he's one of one.
Speaking of QB rooms, Kirk Cousins seemed like he got hit by a train last night. That draft pick.
Hey, you ever seen the movie Any Given Sunday? There you
go.
Yeah.
You got it here in Atlanta, man.
I like it.
Dude, it's
I
so
like the
perfect
pick.
too. It's so perfect too because Kirk is definitely that old QB, and then he's got like the young gun right behind. Like it's ideal with the movie. It's so perfect.
It is.
Yep.
It really is.
One hit probably in my car for a week or two.
Oh,
I am pretty sad that I got to start watching the Vikings though for JJ.
Yeah, man, it's got to be a tough pill to swallow.
It is.
But man, what a draft they've had. Getting him and then getting arguably one of the best defensive players available there, Dallas.
Yep.
Man, that's how you.
That's another team that we're gonna have. Man, if they turn some things around, that division's gonna be a fun watch this year.
Everybody in that division has done their homework. I like what every team has done in their division, without a doubt.
Yep.
Hey, good pick by the Steelers, man. You get the center for the next 10, 15 years. The big guy, Zach Frazier out of West Virginia, man. Those guys.
Yeah.
People, man. Good blocking going on there.
So the Colts here, do they take the corner out of Missouri? I don't really think that they're going to go wide receiver. They just paid Pittman. Downs is, I think, a really good wide receiver too.
Yeah.
And then Alec Pierce is really the only question mark in that room. So, like, do you go and replace Alec Pierce, or do you give him another year?
I think Alec Pierce is going to turn out to be solid.
I think so too. So that's kind of why I think that they get the corner here.
Yeah, I think the guy from Missouri is their only choice.
Now, did they re-sign the running back? They gave him a deal last year, right?
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor. Good move, man. Good move. That's the thing, you know. You got to with that quarterback making all those risks, man. You need to solidify that offensive line.
Yes.
I think last year they had like the second or third highest pay to the offensive line.
Wow.
Like, it's just the amount of, like you said, the extra risks that AR takes.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you can put that on the line.
Wow.
That's a shoulder injury. Fallen arm, I believe. So that's a big deal.
For that. Just for that right there. I tell you what, man, I like that pick by the Pittsburgh Steelers, man. And I'm not. It's not glamorous. My goodness.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
You know, you get a guy that was probably all-state, wrestler. And I'll tell you what, if I can get a wrestler that also plays football, the guy's going to come with a different instinct. He's going to come with I can take this guy myself kind of instinct, because that's what wrestling is. It's guys your same size, but it's one-on-one. So I love that pick, man. You're getting an all-world wrestler.
And then mostly guys in wrestling, they usually got real good feet too.
Yeah.
Zaire, they just gave Zaire a big old check.
Yeah, absolutely.
Their D line after the edge pick, I think, is pretty set. Linebackers are pretty set. They need a corner.
I see some dance moves out there. Zaire
Mitchell to the receiver. Good pick. Good pick. Get your quarterback some big targets, so he doesn't have to be throwing the ball in a little tight window. Wow. Yeah, dude, they're gonna look. Trevor Lawrence and Yale. You guys down in Jacksonville, you had your chance. The Colts are coming.
They are.
C.J. Stroud. You guys out of Houston, the Colts are coming. Be careful. They're coming.
All right, so
they got two big receivers on the outside.
Yeah.
They have a running back who is a real dog. A dog.
Yeah, and Downs in the slot is great too. Really, all they need on the offense at this point is a tight end. I love Mo Alley Cox, VCU guy.
Yes.
But he's not, in every play you can account for him being open type of tight end. So I think that's really the only thing they need to do. What do we think they do with Pierce here, though? Do you think they trade him away? They just let him sit there at the wide receiver 4, or what?
I think they mix him in. I think it's gonna be a package thing. I think Mitchell's gonna be in on special packages. Same with Pierce.
Because Pierce isn't small either. What is Pierce? He's 6'2", maybe.
Yeah, I think he's
6'3". Yeah. So I mean, like. Yeah, Washington's up at 10.
Wow, good draft, Colt. Good job, Colt. You look good so far. I like what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy on the edge is going to have fun. The Browns. Here they come.
Damn, how many picks did the Commanders have?
Right.
2-2.
Ugh.
What do they need now?
Matt Pat.
What's going on?
You just said, because we got time to talk about the Commanders real quick. The Commanders had 2 picks in the first round, 2 picks in the second round. They brought in. I'm just gonna spitball this. I'm gonna say 20. I'll say 20 free agents. They're gonna have a turnover on their roster, and it's the biggest turnover on the roster since World War II. Check this out. They're going to turn over 30 guys, but here's the thing: half the guys they're bringing in are only on one-year prove-it deals. So next year, the Commanders are going to be back near $100 million in salary cap space.
They're already at like 70-something this year too.
Correct, and that's where I'm like, okay, if Jaden Daniels is a hit, Cowboys blow that stuff up because they're about to be coming.
Yeah, the thing is, like, we just paid Trey on defense. Deron Bland, we still have 2 years of him on a 5th-round deal. Like, we're giving him $1 million a year or whatever it is. Like, the defense, I think, and we have Amarian Hampton out of Texas coming. He tore his ACL in training camp last year. So we have a legit linebacker coming in. We need Mozzie to not be a bust, which he was last year, which was a shame. When he got drafted, at 26 last year or whatever, I was over the moon thinking Mozzie fit. So if he can – I'm trusting Zimmer to get us back in that hard-nosed defensive spot. But if we have our linebacker, we just need one more. The D-line is good if what's-his-face cannot be a bust. Because the edges are set, right? Like Micah and D-Law on the edges is one of the best combos in
Hey, Matt.
Yo.
Do me a favor. I got a buddy that's trying to hop on. Can you when he does, can you just add him?
Yeah.
We are doubling down on the muscle from Detroit. That's what I'm thinking here.
Oh, we got your buddy from that championship game, right?
My man, Iceman, Matty Ice, the other Matt. He's trying to get on. So if you see him in the lobby, hook him up.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you, brother.
All right. Commanders. What do they do?
What do we got next here? The Washington football team. Yeah, they're a team that we need a lot.
Hey, Matt Pat.
You.
I just thought of something real quick, and again, this is again my conspiracy mind is continually running. But listen to this.
Yeah.
This is the type of team, and I know it won't happen. If it does happen, I will just say good night, Cowboy, for a while. But here's the deal. Hear me out here. You see what the Commanders are doing in the draft, right? Let's just say the Cowboys blow it up. The Commanders with $100 million in cap space, are they in a position to take on number 11 from the Cowboys and give the Cowboys all their draft picks next year?
I mean, are they in the position to? Sure.
Okay,
but
if they do that, is the gas turned up in DC?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a top 3 defensive player in the league. I think. I mean, completely transparently, if Micah somehow goes to it, tight end is a good pick there. That Logan just, I'm pretty sure, retired or left. They needed a tight end, so that's not a bad pick. I don't know if I would have done it in the second, but no, I think first off, if Micah ends up on Washington, I'm burning that jersey until it's nothing but ashes that come off the end of yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And then,
it's just a thought that I had because the teams that sit the sweet spot are the teams like Washington who have young talent and that have $100 million in cap space.
But we got to think about how they got to this point. They've been irrelevant for 8 years. You know, like I don't know if I'm prepared for my squad to go through an 8+ year rebuild. And granted,
no. You have Jimmy Johnson. It's not going to be 8 years. It's going to be like maximum 3.
Yeah, but Jimmy's going to be alive for like 8 more years. Like and that's an exaggeration. That's a joke. I obviously wish he built towards the man, but like. You know what I'm saying? Like that window, I think, of him having an influence is so small. And I think if you offload the amount of guys that you're proposing that we offload, which would obviously put us in the direction of a rebuild, but I just think it would last a little bit too long for at least what I would want, and I feel like what the front office would want as well. Like Washington is in a great spot this year, for sure. That's also because they've been for so long, and that's kind of how like when I got on the stream and I was like, I'm ready to be hurt again. My heart is mended for you to break it. You know, like that's where I am. But that's also because we're not going in a position where we're getting the number 2 pick in the draft. You know, like we're at that 20 to 26 spot every year.
Okay, and I like to play hypotheticals because Coach Ball so eloquently renamed me Crystal Ball Paul. Now I'm going to ask you a Crystal Ball Paul question. Crystal Ball Paul is going to ask this question here. Number 1, in a crystal ball, in 2 years, who's the better quarterback? Dak Prescott or Jaden Daniels?
I think it'd still be Dak.
Jaden Daniels.
Whoa, money. Yo, money. Yo.
I don't think Prescott is, I don't know. I don't think he's all that.
No, he's Happy Feet. I call him Happy Gilmore.
He's Happy Hip, right?
Yeah.
If Jaden Daniels is better than Dak Prescott in 2 years, 99.
Yeah,
because
but the theory that you're proposing, it's 99 anyway. So what's the?
No, yeah, I don't see. Look, the that you came on the show and said, hey, I like what the new management team is doing, and I totally agree. Look, when I'm watching this draft and I'm listening to what you said, and I'm like, wait a second. And now I'm thinking about their cap space, and I'm just going, oh, my God, what are these guys doing? OMG.
Well, so
they are.
The cap thing pisses me off because Jerry's been using that as a shield whenever he's talking to the media, right? But it's like, if you restructure or even just give Cooks another year, which, as we've learned in the salary cap stuff, it's salary cap space. You can extend whoever you want X amount of years that don't even have to apply to him actually playing. Like the Taysom Hill deal. He's not playing all the years that he's trying to.
Right.
But they signed him to it so they can push that money down the road.
Mm-hmm.
If you like the Dak situation, he's hitting us with $60 million this year, regardless.
Yep.
If you extend him, that lowers $5-6 million. Same thing with CD. When we pick up his 5th-year option, that's going to be top of the line wide receiver money, which he's already going to get, but it's going to be like 32 a year, right? Like you can extend now to then lessen the long-term year-by-year cap hit of these premier players. I think if you don't do that, it's malpractice. It's damn near negligence of the cat. Like you have the opportunity, and we've seen so many other teams do it. Like they signed Pat Mahomes. Obviously, Pat Mahomes is Mount Rushmore quarterback already, but they signed him to a 10-year, $500 million deal. They $500 million is huge, but they can work stuff in because year to year, that $500 million spread out through 10 years. 1 year, 36 mil, right? And then by the time they get to year 8 or whatever, they restructure it. It goes back down to whatever the average would be for the league. The same principle can be applied to the Cowboys at multiple positions. It's just Jerry and Steven haven't fucking done it.
I don't think Prescott's worth that paycheck.
I mean, second team All-Pro, I'm not. And I hear the playoff stuff. I truly do. All right? I truly do. But if we look at quarterbacks across the league, when it comes to playoff stats, unless we're talking about the top 3 guys.
As I say, there's really only one other person as worse as him, in my opinion, and that's Lamar Jackson in the playoffs.
Right, but the whole premise of this is like, if you're gonna re-sign and Dallas is up next, so all right, my heart is beating so fast right now. If Dak can be re-signed to a deal, because he already said he didn't want to be the top guy, right, when it comes to paycheck. So I love it. If we take that, spread it out, where he's getting paid 5th best money, I think that's right on par with what you would get with anybody within Dak's area of skill. Because if you go anything above that, you're given $300 million.
Unless you draft that quarterback and he plays like that in a rookie deal.
But, I mean, unless you get, and all of it's a gamble, obviously, but unless you get Shador next year, like, are you picking Carson Beck to be the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys? Personally, I'm not. You know, like,
They should have got somebody this year and let them cook. Let them ride the pine and be there for when it's time for that.
All right.
Here we go. The Cowboys are on the clock. What would be your favorite pick right now, Matt?
Trey Benson. I wouldn't be opposed to Junior Colson out of Michigan either. At linebacker, I would not be opposed to Junior out of Michigan.
He's athletic.
That would be our 2 linebackers. Marion from Texas would be back. We have Junior.
I think Junior Colson is going to be a really solid NFL linebacker.
We've just gotten shot in the foot when it comes to linebackers. Like, Sean Lee should have had a way longer career. Van Der Esch should have had probably 3 or 4 more years to play.
Did he retire 55?
Not officially.
Some kind of news on this offseason.
He got released medically, whatever. But yeah, I don't think he's officially retired yet. But the writing's on the wall when it comes to that. And then if we remember, Jalen Smith was a dog for a year. What the hell happened to him? He just fell off the face of the earth.
Right.
Yeah. No, I think Junior Colson, I don't think he's going to be that guy that flashes. I think he's that everyday dog that's going to give you what you need at that position. He's going to be a very solid, all-around linebacker in the NFL.
Brother, as long as we don't have a safety playing linebacker, I'm cool. Because that's what we had last year.
You could have had Sammer still.
Yeah, but last year we had safeties playing linebacker because that's all we had on the roster. You know, like we didn't have shit left in the running in the linebacker. We need something.
I would love to see either of the Michigan guys go to Dallas here. Blake Corum or Junior Colson.
Yeah, I've talked myself into it today, but I'm really into Junior. but I would not be opposed to Troy Benson either.
Man, I think one of these offensive linemen are going to fall right in Detroit's lap.
Yeah, man, it's a good spot.
I thought when you guys traded with us for the 24 spot, you were going to take a lineman.
I thought we were going to trade up and surprise some people, but I think we don't get an offensive lineman. I think we trade back.
All right, they're happy about it.
And I think this pick's gonna surprise everybody from Detroit, though. I don't think it's gonna be anybody that we have on our radar. Brad Holmes has been unbelievable with his picks. I mean, St. Brown was what, 4th round pick?
He was a steal in the draft, probably. I like what they did, locking up the tackle, locking up the wide receiver.
Yep, they're there to stay, man. It's the face of the team right there. That's the heart and soul.
All right, here we go. Let's see how much longer Matt's hair gets.
He's
Whiskey
stressing.
on standby. Whiskey on standby for Matt Pat, please. Man, they're just number 1 offense, number 1 scoring, number 5 defense overall.
Top 5 size.
The pick is in.
We should get one of these guys in our running back room.
Tampa Bay on standby. We got Green Bay Packers in the on circle deck. We got the Pit Vipers on. Suspense. Oh, is it a chance at Spencer Rattler? Is it a chance?
The Michigan. What position? Yeah. 6'3", 275.
Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson's in the house. He's doing his stuff. Jimmy Johnson is in the control of this draft. It's a Jimmy draft. The Cowboys are done. They're doing their stuff. They're going small school guys. That's Jimmy Johnson. His footprint is all over this draft.
Like
Me and Captain Morgan are going to have an intimate night, I think.
Man.
Hakeem Lineman
Sexy pick.
on the break.
We love linemen.
I don't dislike going in the trenches. I'm cool with it. But if anything, we needed an interior.
Yeah,
Tired of being a Cowboys fan.
this Jimmy Johnson pick.
The small school thing doesn't bother me because Tyler Smith 2 years ago is from Tulsa, and now he's one of the best guards in football, right? So like I trust the guy. I'm not mistrusting who they're picking. It's just like, what the fuck, you know? Oh,
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the bucking clock. Let's go.
do y'all? Hey, what's the Godwin situation down there?
Hey, man, he's a player. He's a player. You know what I mean? I mean, he's under contract. I think he's under contract for at least a year, maybe 2 years. I think they're the best duo. I think they're one of the best tandem, him and Mike Evans, because, dude, they're football players. You don't hear about them being divas. These guys work out in the offseason, and they ball, man. You know, Mike Evans, you know, he was on his last year, and he balled out, man, and they paid the man. I love what they got at wide receiver, man. I think they're a dynamic combo. They both block. You know, I like what they got at the wide receiver position. I'd love to see those guys get a corner right now, man. Hey,
Yeah.
guy TJ Tampa from St. Petersburg, Florida. He's sitting there. He's a big cornerback, man. I would love to see them pull the trigger and get him here, him stay close to home. But, yeah, I would love to see them get corner. They need to get a cornerback. They
Kid
traded
from Missouri still there.
Detroit.
Yeah, the Missouri corner, I think, is definitely the next one off the board.
Yeah,
What is so rookie last year, Rakeem Jarrett, correct for the Bucks?
The interior guy, yeah, man. He's a player. They could use another guy inside. You know, they could play off the edge as well. Shaq Barrett's gone.
Is she?
Yeah,
Oh my God, what is she doing?
Definitely.
I think we're gonna see a good run on edge here.
Yeah, I think the guy you guys just took, Matt, was a guy we were looking at as well here in Tampa.
I think Detroit was looking at him too.
Yeah, yep. And you still got Colson there at linebacker.
yeah.
You got Peyton Wilson, good linebacker. There's
Peyton, I really like Peyton Wilson. The only thing there is his injuries, but damn, is he fucking good, bro. He can fly all over the field. Again, I watched him in Lane Stadium beat my Oakers. That NC State team last year was full of dogs.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, another name I like, Chris Braswell. Chris Braswell off the edge there for Alabama. Yeah, you get guys from Alabama, and you get guys from Georgia. You get guys from Michigan. You get guys from Ohio State. They're in pretty much pre-NFL camps. Those guys
Iowa as well.
Yeah,
I was doing some research earlier. Obviously, Bama and Georgia have like 30 guys each in the league, but Iowa's probably a top 4 team when it comes to production into the NFL. I think they've got like 17 guys in the NFL right now from Iowa.
And again, I was telling the story before you came on, Matt. Pat. I mean, I was fortunate enough to go to an Iowa spring practice back in 2015, and me and Jimbo Fisher were talking earlier, aka Troy Taylor, and I was like, dude, Iowa guys deserve a minor in football. I could not believe what I saw when I was there. Iowa, the only 4-star guys that show up at Iowa are offensive linemen that stay home. That coaching staff and tight ends. Look, let me tell you something. It is a absolute. it should be a bucket list item for everyone to go to Iowa and watch them do their stuff because they make. And I'll give you a prime example. You remember the guy? I know you know Nelson, the defensive end for Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Coach Ball, do you know him? I met him when he was a high school senior and he was at spring practice. He was 6'6", 180. I asked the kid, was he playing basketball at Iowa? He said, no, I'm coming here to be defensive end. And my guy, my chaperone that day at spring practice, as Kirk Ferentz yelled at me, was like, stop taking pictures. We don't take pictures here. I said, hey, Martin Cohen, the kicker. I'm like, what's up with this kid over here? He said he's coming here to play defensive end. And he goes, look, man, we take guys like him and we make them him. And he pointed at the starting defensive end, and he was 6'6", 270. And he goes, Nelson's going to be that in 5 years. Yeah. And Nelson is in his 5th or 6th year in the league, and he's 6'6", 265. And he plays defensive end for Tampa Bay. That's Iowa. Iowa makes players. I never forget after practice, going back to the locker room, the coaches, there's a coach, so the strength coach was standing there, and he made sure every kid picked up a protein smoothie. You could not turn it down. You had to drink it before you went and took your clothes off. It was just a factory of we have to do it this way or we can't play with anybody. And that team and the teams I was
Anthony Nelson, the outside linebacker?
Anthony Nelson, the outside. I saw him as a 6'6", 180-pound kid, and I asked him, was he on the basketball team in 2015 when I was at spring practice?
6'7", 270 right now.
Yes.
That's wild.
He was 6'6", 180 that day I saw him, and I asked the kid.
Hey, that's a good Packers pick. That's a good Packers pick.
It sure is.
Y'all secondary is a piece away from being probably top 4 in the league.
Yeah, if you slap down another lockdown corner on the other side of 23, dude, they're cooking.
Raps.
23 is a doll.
Yeah, trust me, brother. I know.
What do you think about that? Right there.
What's it say, Bald? What's it say?
Bucks. That's old school right there.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Where's Matty Ice at?
I don't know, man. He was saying he was going to be in the bullpen. I guess we didn't let him in.
Hey, you see this guy Bullard?
Yeah.
That's what you would have got from Shamari Earls. He is you know what? I've watched this kid since he played flag football in this area. And when they and I'll tell you this story. Once he got to put the pads on at 8 years old, you know what defense they ran? It's called a 7 diamond. They covered up everybody and let him run sideline to sideline. And he did that for 6 years in Little League. And now he's playing free safety as a senior in high school. And I'm telling you, he's a thumper. He can cover and he's agile, but he likes to take people's helmet off.
Where is he going to? He's going up to
South Carolina.
Yeah.
Because Virginia Tech couldn't keep him home.
I like that pick for Green Bay.
Yeah, when this guy gets going downhill, see, this is the guy Green Bay has. Good pick, Houston. You need a thumper. They got the guy from Cincinnati. This is their closer. When this guy gets going downhill, 7.
Brings the heat with him.
Wine in Michigan to get Fisher. Or Michigan, Detroit.
Wait.
They took the
tackle. Yeah. Offense tackle. Okay. I got a little nervous there. Okay. All right. But I like 7. I saw 7 at Virginia Tech when Notre Dame came there. He was running downhill. Remember that?
Dude, if we're talking about guys that Tech missed out on, Fuente said that Blake Corum is not a D1 level running back.
Who said that?
Justin Fuente, the former coach of Virginia Tech, did not want Blake Corum in Blacksburg.
Where is he coaching at now?
Yeah, he's an advisor on some shit stain of a D2 school somewhere, I'm sure. Dude, Fuente, I mean, of course, the years that I go to Virginia Tech are the rebuilding years.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, those are the years that I go.
Yeah.
But, brother, he ran Hendon Hooker out of town. He was starting a guy who went to – that's a sick hat. That's a sick hat. I don't have any cool gear like that for my boys. I just got jerseys that I've thought about burning.
Ooh, look at that. Whose auto is on that?
I got Hendon Hooker. I got Jamison Williams, Jameer Gibbs, Black St. Brown, and then another Hendon Hooker.
Chase has a sick collection of different sports memorabilia. He is a football fanatic just like us. And I'm so proud of you hooking up with us today, man.
Yeah, I'm enjoying
Moves, baby. Money moves. Let's
All right.
do it.
We're going to go meet up with the captain for a little bit. I'll be right back.
By the way, Justin Fuentes is an analyst for the Indiana Hoosiers in the Big Ten.
Wow.
Hey, that's
And the
why
head-
they
and the
suck
head-
so bad this year.
And the head coach there now is that. Remember, the head coach there now is the former JMU head coach.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yep. I expect to see them playing a lot better then. So we got Buffalo up next. I'd love to get a corner if I'm in Buffalo.
Corner?
I would love to get TJ Tampa. Get TJ Tampa up there. We need a cornerback. I wouldn't mind the linebacker Colston either, out of Michigan. Give me Junior Colston. We need some defense. We need to stop some people. Lord knows we couldn't stop anybody. Definitely couldn't stop Cincinnati the year before. And last year, Kansas City Chiefs, after that blown field goal. We've seen a bad field goal before though in Buffalo. That's nothing new to us. I thought had they gone down there and kicked the field goal, they gave the Chiefs enough time to come back and score anyway.
Yeah, they definitely need some defense over there.
They're in a tough spot. They have won the division 4 years straight, so they're doing something right. But that division's going to be tough, especially with Aaron Rodgers. With Aaron Rodgers taking over the Jets, man, it's going to be interesting to see if they can
See if he's the same person after his injury, though.
How about Roman Wilson here?
They already took Keon. I don't know if they go back-to-back receivers.
No, I don't think so. After they took Keon. That's a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, you lost Poyer. You obviously can't replace Poyer, all-pro guy like every year, but it's a good start.
If Keon works on his route a little bit and route running and gets a tad bit faster, that guy's going to be really good. He's got the hands, got the stretch. He's really athletic.
Bishop.
Tall.
Damn, this dude can lay down the hammer. Holy shit. And a 4.45 at safety. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Talk about sideline to sideline.
That's what we needed.
All right, here we go.
Detroit is on the clock.
Who we get?
Who do you want
What
here?
are we doing? I honestly have no idea, and I'm a little nervous. I mean, I'm not nervous. It's hard to be nervous when Brad Holmes has done what he's did.
Get 6'2", 206, 4'4", for Cole Bishop.
Yeah.
Good size.
Yeah,
Man, I'll tell you what, that Utah defense, there weren't a whole lot of good defenses in the Pac-12, but that one, that Utah
They were
defense
legit.
was stout.
They were legit. Every week, me and Lambo would make our picks until probably like week 7 or 8. I was just blindly going with Utah solely because of their defense. Like they were growing on their second and third string quarterbacks, and I was still rolling with Utah because of that defense.
Man, that kid can hit.
I'm telling you, he can lay it down.
Great pick for that. Pick is in.
Getting to all the loaded teams, Detroit, Baltimore, San Francisco, and Kansas City. Ooh, Barry Sanders out there. Man.
You guys are like 20 seconds ahead of me, too.
Okay.
What is that? Drew.
Wow.
He's always going to be my goat. Him and Isaiah.
What do you think?
I'm just now getting to it. He's announcing it now on my screen, so I'm about 30 seconds behind.
Oh, man, that crowd looks amazing. I love seeing that, man. That's so good. Oh, there you go. Good pick, man. Good pick. Already got Carlton Davis there.
They brought in Terry and Arnold too in that 24th pick. So
Yeah. What do you think? Have you seen the pick yet?
It's coming up right now, but you're talking corner, and that's exactly kind of what I thought they were going to do. I like it.
yeah,
I
best-
thought they were going to trade up to get Kool-Aid, to be honest, but I like it.
Yeah,
I
man.
just solidified, now, look at that secondary. I mean, it's going to be hard to stop. Especially with the way Branch played last year.
oh, dude, I forgot you guys had him. Oh,
Oh, that guy's a
holy shit. Yeah. Dude, talk about a secondary. Good.
Yep.
Good.
Love it.
That's an all SEC secondary right there.
Yep.
That Missouri football team, they balled towards the end of the season, man. They upset a couple teams.
Good job, Detroit. Good job.
Love that pick.
That
I
whole
was just
division,
about to say something about that guy, the kid from Missouri, dropping too.
Yeah.
that whole division, very good. Oh, Baltimore running up there. They know who they want.
Awesome.
Baltimore could be a team you see grab a running back. Back up Derrick Henry.
Well, Keaton Mitchell obviously has to get healthy, but in those like 3 games where he was playing, he was electric.
Dude, that team gets injured every single season. Are they just
The running back room has got to have like an ancient curse on it.
It does,
But-
man.
Yeah.
I mean, are they practicing that physical? What's going on? Why are those guys getting hurt every single year in Baltimore?
Where is Blake Corum going?
Good question, man. Good question. Could be a good fit there in Carolina. Carolina's coming up.
Carolina took Jonathan Brooks.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
and they got Chuba.
Wow.
Big OL, man. Not the sexiest pick. But you need the bigs up front. Especially
San Fran trading.
run the ball like those guys, man. Did they break the
Oh my
rushing
God.
record for team total
What
this
the
year?
hell? Why are all of these teams trading their picks to Kansas City?
That kid from Washington, that offensive tackle, he's going to be. I like that pick for Baltimore.
Yeah, San Fran just flopped their pick with Kansas City, and their pick is already in. So Kansas City knew exactly who they wanted. Again,
He dropped whoever they wanted, dropped in their lap.
yeah. Holy shit. So we've got the Bills. We've got the Bills gifting Kansas City one of the best receivers. And now we've got San Fran gifting Kansas City whoever they want. Oh,
Yep, they knew exactly who they wanted. They weren't risking it. Man, what if Kansas City got like
hey, I think they could take – I think TJ Tampa could be the pick here for Kansas City. They just lost Snead. Let's mute this wind a little bit. Yeah. They just lost Snead.
They just drafted a receiver too. The
Exactly.
guy
I think this is TJ Ball. We'll see.
Niners, Chiefs just swap spots, huh?
Yeah, I think the Chiefs are going to take TJ.
Who do you got?
I think TJ Tampa goes here.
Man, wow.
Huh? BYU. DB? Yeah. BYU. No, that makes sense too.
They went tackle. I guess that makes sense. Their interior is pretty locked up, but tackle help is obviously always welcome. They've got one of the best centers in the league.
Hey guys, it was a really good night. I appreciate y'all having me on. I'm going to call it a night tonight. Hope to be on soon with you guys again, and I'll see you guys.
Absolutely. Catch you later, brother.
Follow money moves. Yeah, man. Offensive line. You know, Donovan Smith was here. He was here in Tampa for a long time. And I don't know, man. He just seemed to make penalties at the wrong time. You know, when the game was on the line, the most crucial moments. So I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't look to upgrade that position. This might be the guy that takes that spot. Oh, this guy's a freak. Jump out of the pool. It takes some athleticism, man. For a guy to be 330 pounds, to be able to do that.
You don't drink
Brother, good Lord. The amount of power you need to jump through a pool is insane. All right, hold on. I'll be right back.
San Francisco 49ers. Big shout out to my brother Ben Anderson, watching over on the West Coast. Huge 49er fan. My other brother Scott Williams, he's in Texas. He's a huge 49er fan. And my other brother Bill Armstrong here in St. Petersburg, Florida.
The Chiefs took a tackle.
Where do you see them going? Are a team that's just kind of loaded in every spot, man. Maybe you see them pick another receiver and get rid of one of those receivers. I don't know. What do you do here if you're the Niners?
Probably probably D-line if there's anything available, right? I feel like they lost a lot of guys in the interior.
Yeah, they've spent a lot of money. Did Chase Young, did he re-sign with them? Or
No, he went to the Saints.
the Saints? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, man, that'd be a good spot to get somebody then on that defensive line.
They lost Kinlaw as well, and Randy Gregory.
Yeah, wow. There's some good linebackers there as well.
Oh, dude, if we're gonna talk about teams getting blessed in the draft, Fred Warner has got to be one of the best. When was he drafted?
Late, very
late. That's what I mean. Like, he is a diamond in the rough to the highest extent that you could exemplify. End of round 3. That's not as late as I thought he went. But good Lord, Fred Warner, if the league was redrafted right now, out of all the players in the league, Fred Warner would be a first-round pick. So, like, that – he's probably outside of Micah and then, like, the trio we have in our secondary. I think he would be probably my favorite defender in the league, which is a shame to say because he's on the Niners, and I hate the Niners. But Fred Warner's got to be one of my favorite players to watch in the league.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. What do you guys want? Drop it in the feed. Let us know who you would pick if you're watching.
Hey, Bold, that wind is starting to pick up a little much.
On my side?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'll probably tap out after this one. You guys go as long as you guys want to, man. It's been a blessing to be on with you guys as long as we have, man. I love y'all. Y'all are my brothers from another mother. And, man, both of y'all still like to get done. And, man, NFL draft, man. I can't wait till we do this again.
Dude, there's so many opportunities, I think, in the offseason to, get the crew onto a stream, and we can do – I mean, shit, there's tons of trivia shit that we could do when it comes to NFL, which I think would be pretty cool, having, the older guard and the newer guard with me and Lambo, doing trivia stuff. I think that would be pretty fun if we did that. But there's a lot of time in the offseason, right? So a lot of opportunity to do whatever we want to do.
I definitely think we should do a totem pole nation fantasy football. All of us look it up, and run it, man.
We can live stream the draft.
Oh, that'd be
Great call.
Right?
Great call. I've been out of the game for a couple years because I don't have a group, but that'd be fun.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So I haven't done redraft in a few years, but I'm in 4 different dynasty leagues.
Wow.
And those are a little bit more of like a money commitment because it's long term. But dynasty stuff is my favorite form of fantasy football. It's like you're actually like a GM, right? Like making plans for the future.
Yes.
Wow.
Nice. Yes.
They needed a corner. I didn't think that was going to be the corner they took. I cannot believe that TJ's not off the board yet.
Yeah, man. Hey, somebody's going to get a steal with him, I believe, man. I think it's just the 40 time, to be honest with you. But that's the thing, man. There's never been a guy from Lakewood that was slow.
Dude,
guys at St. Pete can run. You know what I mean?
Well, he ran a 4.4, didn't he?
Well, I think at the combine he ran like a 4.59, so basically a 4.6. But that's the thing at Iowa State, you never saw anybody. I
mean, the Panthers need one. The Panthers need one right here. I'm shocked that he's
I believe there might have been a trade. I see the New York Jets.
Oh, damn.
Yep. But hey, guys, y'all bring it home. Y'all have a great
Aaron Rodgers.
guys. What a blessing.
What's wrong, Mac Pat?
I was saluting Bald on his way out.
Okay, I thought you were like,
No. Trust me,
Too much-
I'll be a little bit more vocal with my displeasure. You'll hear it.
what about Aaron Rodgers and company? Talk to me about the New York football.
I'm a huge fan of Aaron. I think that Pat in a couple years he'll have taken that spot from Aaron. But I think pure throwers of the football, Aaron, Dan Marino, and Patrick Mahomes. Obviously, I never watched Dan while he was playing, but going back and doing my own research, I think Aaron, Dan Marino, and now Patrick Mahomes, just when it comes to getting the ball out of their hands, are the most talented trio of quarterbacks of all time. I'm a huge Aaron Rodgers fan. Everything that he says outside of football, sometimes maybe I take a step back from that. But when it comes to purely on the field, Aaron Rodgers is probably my favorite football player of all time.
Concur with all. McAfee told me everything I need to know about Aaron Rodgers. As far as he took the scissors and he ripped the Band-Aid off with him. And if McAfee does that, I'm just like, whoa, mule. But Dan Marino, you're spot on, dude. I love Mahomes. I love Rodgers. I'm a big, of course, number 4 guy. But there's nobody a better thrower, just beautiful balls than Dan Marino.
Dude, you can't throw for damn near 5,000 yards in the 90s without being one of the most gifted passers of the ball of all time. That era is the reason why. Now, obviously, Emmett is a top 6, top 5 running back of all time, but he's not one, but he's got those records because that's the type of league it was, right? And good Lord, the polar opposite of that is Dan Marino, and he still was throwing for damn near 5.
That's Super Bowl's immaterial. I don't care.
Yep. Well, I think the same sentiment that I give to Dan when it comes to, these overall rankings or whatever of quarterbacks, which are completely subjective, of course. But Aaron having won Super Bowl, I really don't knock his career for that. It's the same thing with Dan. Obviously, Dan would be a lot higher on people's lists if he did have a ring to go along with that resume. But, dude, if you try and discount what he did just because he didn't have a ring, I think you'd be ignorant to the game of football. And I think a lot of people do that to Aaron as well, just because he only has the one ring. But when
I totally concur with that. I'll use the old cliche, styles make fights. The Packers style is to listen. If Love wins one Super Bowl and the Packers are on a one Super Bowl every 15-year kick, how many organizations will take that?
At 32 out of 32, brother.
My goodness, dude. And people are like, oh, man, it took so long. And the Chiefs are about to win 3 in a row. But the Chiefs are one organization. What about the other 31?
Well, and the thing is, the Chiefs went 60 years without
correct.
Their
fans are this. You know what? After the first one, they could have all passed away and been fat and happy.
Yeah.
They didn't care about they cared about the first one more than they cared about the second one. Now they're just partying and having with house money and just they don't care. Literally, dude. the Chiefs could go 0-16 this year, and I'm not saying that they are, and we know that they're not.
Right.
But those people that they just like, and again, I have the pure blessing of going to Kansas City every year to see the Chiefs because my little brother, who played quarterback at Matoaka, he went and played receiver at the University of Delaware, and his roommate and his guy up there that he played with was Brett Veach, who's now the GM of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
And Matt Nagy, the offense coordinator, was the quarterback at Delaware. So we get to go there and we have a good time. It's a good time.
Yeah.
But hear this. I've never met more friendly fans in the NFL than the Kansas City Chiefs fans. They are the friendliest.
It's fitting, right? It's Midwest. It's a Midwest team.
Oh my goodness!
It's exactly what you would expect.
Yeah.
And the only thing that would make you like dislike a Kansas City Chiefs fan would be like the bandwagon of the past 3-4 years.
Correct.
Besides that, a true Chiefs fan that went through the years leading up to Patrick Mahomes is not going to be some brash asshole that you're like,
No.
all right, dude, I don't want to talk to you. About
No.
Yeah.
No.
So
No. And again, after getting to spend the last couple of years there and getting to go there every fall to a game, the Kansas City, the city itself, to me, is a bucket list place. And again, the place is no bigger than Richmond.
Right. No,
It's a little city.
That's on the route from Chesterfield to Colorado, right? Like I've driven by the Chiefs Stadium.
Yeah, and you see Old Kaufman's.
All right.
There's your running back.
Blake Corum.
Yep.
Need him.
When do you pick again?
70 something. The Lions. Oh, I'm tripping. It's hold on.
73. All right, so Blake Corum. If Blake Corum is your running back, I'm proud of y'all.
Yeah, me too, brother. I'm.
And again, I'm not saying that they're drafting him. They're drafting, but Blake Corum won't be around when Jimmy does his stuff. But that's the kind of guy they need for the current team. Like without doing anything in the offseason, without signing free agents, without doing anything.
Look at the highlights they're showing of Trey Benson right now. That's him torching Virginia Tech. That's exactly what I was talking about. Oh Lord! All right.
I'm about to throw you a bone here, make you a little happy. One day I was down here in Chester, over the Chester, the 4-way there where the Kroger is.
Yeah.
And I walked into Ross. You want to see what I found?
Please.
For $20.
Oh Lord.
Hold on. Look, it still. I haven't worn it yet because it still has the Ross tag on it. Ross.
Let's go. When did you grab that?
Oh, it was probably 6 months ago.
Hey, dude, a Bruce Smith. I know it's not the Bruce Smith jersey, but a Bruce Smith 78. I'll take that every day of the week.
Absolutely. That is fire, and it has the stone numbers on it.
Yeah. Okay. So here's something that gets talked about a lot on Hokie Twitter is the current era uniforms with the shoulder stripes.
Ross, that's true.
A lot of people don't like the shoulder stripes, right? And I'm personally not a huge fan of them either. But the difference between the classic like Tech just maroon jerseys, maroon helmet, like so tough. They're just mean, right?
Yes.
And then the new home uniforms, which are the maroon with the orange shoulder shit, like it just looks soft, right? I love the stone numbers. I
Yep.
wish we could incorporate like the old school color scheme, which is more basic, but then incorporate that stone number type of thing. I think it'd be a perfect mesh of old and new. They'll never do it, but I just think it would be the perfect mending of the two sides, because there's a good amount of people on Twitter that despise the 2015 and on Tech uniforms.
What about, man? You know, I'm a little bit jealous of you and my son. He's down there, and he's a true
He's
Hokie.
here for a good time, brother. His first year, you said he's a sophomore, correct?
Yeah, he's a sophomore right now. In his first year, he wasn't allowed to, have a car. So, but
Right.
And this guy, he's crazy. So what he did was, he was smart. He took a bike down there and he tailgated on his bike and just got free food. And he was telling me about the tailgates and how cool it was. And he rode through the parking lot, and like Tech people. And I've yet to go to a game because I was out of the country, and this fall is probably gonna be my first game. I've never entered Sandman. I've never done it.
Oh my God! Talk about
And I've seen it so many times on TV.
Yeah.
And again, I schooled people around here, like my older brother who's sitting right here. I was like, Virginia Tech, they invented Thursday night football. That's why Tech always gets a Thursday night game on ESPN, because Frank Beamer invented that. He was the one that reached out to ESPN, was like, hey, we'll play Thursday night. And he's like, what? You'll play there? Yeah. So even the NFL Thursday night football, they owe that to Frank Beamer. There was no football on Thursday night before Frank Beamer. And people don't realize that. And then Tech, and that was before Enter Sandman. It's like, we just want to be on TV because I'm trying to sell my product and try to build my brand.
That was the lunchbox spot.
Yes.
Bud Foster, baby. Let's
Bud
go.
Foster with the lunchbox. Yeah, and you got to see all of that. And that right there, Pat, that kept in-state kids at Tech. That was the kind of stuff right there. They saw Tech Thursday night. They played Friday night. And they're like, I want to play Tech for Tech. Because they were the only game on Thursday night, and they got me hyped up for my high school game.
Yeah.
That's what's missing. That was genius by Frankie Beamer. Genius.
Dude, 100% agree. 100% agree. I can't tell you the amount of – well, I mean, even this past year, like the Syracuse game that we had on Thursday was sold. I mean, I think we had one home game that wasn't sold out. But if not, I think every single home game was sold out this year. The feeling that I got the first game I went to freshman year, which was like against probably like Delaware or like ODU or something, like it's just a small school that we're playing at home in like week 0 or whatever.
Yep.
But that Enter Sandman, like, it's a sensation, dude. It's like it's the culmination of the goosebumps. Your heart rate starts to go up. You're like, just everything elevates within your body and then within the entire stadium cumulatively. It's a different experience, brother. And watching it on social, watching it on TV, I get goosebumps watching it there just because I've experienced it in person. Brother, it's a different feeling being in there in person, jumping with it, feeling the earthquake. Like, it's a legitimate seismic earthquake every single home game because of Enter Sandman. And it's like registered. They post it on the Twitter page every single week. It's a different feeling, man. It's different. During my obviously I said this yesterday, but this is my 5th year, right? So I switched majors my sophomore year, but expensive mistake. But my first 4 years of being here, we sucked. We were so bad at football, and it didn't matter. The field was packed. I mean, the stands were packed. Enter Sandman was jumping. We'd make it on ESPN every single year, even though we were a 6-6 team, and then last year we turned into a 3-win team. It's a different atmosphere, man. And I'm sure everything I'm saying you've heard from your son.
Yeah.
But I can't compare it.
Yeah. And again, I will tell you this. I mean, 3rd year, 6th year, 8th year, 10th year, it doesn't matter. Stay there as long as you can and enjoy the ride, because then I'm not going to say life sucks, but it's not going to be like you're at Tech. You're going to be working and you're going to, you know what I'm saying? So enjoy the ride, man. The journey it doesn't matter how long it takes. It's just, and I'm glad you're doing and again, switching majors, who cares? Because you're doing what you want to do. And that's ultimately what's important, because if you're happy, and then if you take a job and you're happy in doing that job, that you don't feel like it's a job, but it's a hobby or it's an adventure, then that's it, dude. What gets lost in this thing, because we have freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, is no, it's a place to find yourself. Finding yourself is not defined by
set timeline. It's
not correct. Yes,
I'm with you.
Absolutely. And for me, it's like it's just, I say stay as long as you can.
Yeah,
stay in college as long as you can, because
I went from being a business management major to I switched over to communications, and the year that I switched was the first year that Virginia Tech introduced the sports media and analytics major.
Yeah,
which is what I want to do. I introduced that to my parents. Very thankful. I'm in a very blessed position to where my parents have a 529 to where they fund this. To an extent, I will say the 5th year is going to be a little bit different. But the major point of what I'm making is that they saw the 1 year of existence for this major, and they were like, maybe we don't put all the eggs into that basket. So I'm just communications as a whole. I didn't specify in the sports media, but the internships I've had have been through sports companies. So I was a sports research analyst a couple summers ago for a startup. I did a bunch of research on NFL records. I made posts on Twitter. I got Calais Campbell to follow the page, just stuff like that, to where this is the avenue I want to be in.
Mm-hmm.
And the adventures that we've talked about that could present themselves, I just applied last week to a job with the Dallas Cowboys. So granted, I'm sure there's thousands of applicants for that job.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably not going to be the first job I get out of college. But that avenue just being so wide open, and good pick.
Oh my God.
That's a good pick. Junior Colson. All right, so we have 2 picks before us. If I'm correct, we're at 73, or are we at 76? I don't know. Blake Corum. Regardless, those opportunities. I applied for a job with the WMLS team in Washington, the Washington Spirit, to be someone on their content team up there. I just think this realm of job, this industry basically, is just expanding so quickly.
Yeah, you're hitting it at a good time, because it is expanding, and then it's just further expanding, and then you can and again, guess what? You still have college to reach back down to and work for them, because I was just telling someone the other day, I was just down there at Virginia Tech maybe a month ago, and I was just going through the facilities and stuff like that, and I didn't realize, like, back when I was in college in the 90s, compared to today, the number of people on the football staff has tripled.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just not at Tech. That's across the country.
Support
Because
staff, right?
now,
Like it's
because
everywhere.
now, and when some guy I ran into a guy at Tech, and he was like, I'm an analyst for Virginia Tech. That was unheard of in my day.
Yeah.
That wasn't unheard of 20 years ago.
Oh, it's the Fuente
But
thing.
there's
that
so
we were
many
just talking
guys
about.
that sit in the basement
Yeah.
and do analyst work and do analytics and chop up film. And it's being funded by all of these Power 5 schools to include Virginia Tech. Because if you're not doing it,
you're gone. You're left behind. You're
correct.
Because it's Power 4 now, right? In a year or two, it will be Power 3. Because I don't think the Big 12 is going to make it. So it's either going to be the Big 12 or the ACC that doesn't make it, right? So
that's a great segue, because I read an article today, and it stated that North Carolina, Clemson, and Florida State were moving to the Big 12. How does that make you feel as
they lost the lawsuit. So I did see all of that. And I think that sorry, I'm in my kitchen now. I think that Virginia Tech loosely got involved with a little bit of it, but I'm pretty sure that the ACC came out on top of that lawsuit, and they have to stay for at least another couple years.
No, again, the next 2 or 3 years is going to be a fight. Because I agree with you. There's going to be a Power 3, but it's ACC against Big 12.
Yeah.
It's ACC against Big 12. So like you got, there's going to be some. It's about who strategically makes moves, and you got to follow the big brands, because if Clemson jumps or Big 12 teams jump down to the ACC, that's where, like, ACC, you better be in this fight. You better just be not like, okay, we're just going to see what happens. Because if Clemson, Florida State, and UNC go to Big 12, Virginia Tech is in big trouble.
Toast. So I have 2 points on this conversation. One, 2012, Virginia Tech had 2 massive opportunities. One, we had an offer to leave the ACC and enter the SEC, and we declined that offer in 2012. So if we just imagine 12 years of us being an SEC program, where we would be now in not even just football.
I don't even want to know. I can't even fathom.
Yeah, exactly. Like the funding that you would get just for being an SEC team and having Bama and Georgia winning all of those championships, we benefit off of that if we're SEC, because we get a part of the residuals. So I think that was a missed opportunity. And then I also think hold
on. Before you say anything, can I make one bold take?
Absolutely.
You're not Vanderbilt, but you're at least South Carolina. Am I correct?
Correct. I think we would, if we had 12 years of runway and we took over but were introduced to the SEC at the end of Tyrod's career, right? Like, because 2012 is when he was on the Ravens, correct? So like the year after he left, if we piggyback the success of 2 ACC championships with Tyrod into an SEC rebirth, and then that carries for 12 years. Obviously, Frank still retires, and we have to nail that head coaching hire. But either way, I think the position that we'd be in would be better than what it is now.
Okay, and my second take is you are hitting a nerve with me. My second take, if you are in the SEC, like as you, because this is new news to me, because again I can't read everything. So if going off what you just said, 2012, if the Virginia Tech is in the SEC, do they own more of the 757 than they own today?
Yeah, dude.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. Bro, I mean, think about the 2024 class. We lost like 5 guys to Georgia alone. And I'm not saying we pulled them from Georgia, but at least the linebacker that's literally from Salem, it's a 30-minute drive away. You know, like he doesn't go to Georgia, I don't think, if we're an SEC school.
Correct.
You know, it's those guys that we're losing to Clemson and South Carolina as well. If we are also an SEC school, and we can actually expand this past football. If we're an SEC school, we don't lose Kenny Brooks in women's basketball.
Correct.
Kenny Brooks does not go to Kentucky if we're already in the SEC.
Absolutely.
It's not a close to me take. I think everyone would have this similar take. Like, if you're in the SEC, you're just in a better position. Point blank, period. And there's really only one other conference that you would dismiss that, and that's the Big Ten. It's sure as hell not the ACC. So, you know, like, it is a battle between the between the ACC and the Big 12 to see who's going to survive.
After being in the military for 27 years, and that doesn't matter. I just say that because I want to tell you that I'm a military guy. But my thing with that is this.
Appreciate your service, brother.
Thank you. What I've learned, and I learned a lot for the South Koreans, is this. In order to have a brand, you have to have a competition. And in South Korea, they don't make beer, they don't make cars, they don't make computers, they don't make phones, they don't make anything singly. Like Samsung has LG, Hyundai has Kia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And again, you probably never had this beer, but Haas is like Budweiser in Korea, but they have height and they have a competition. So there's a husband and a wife in every single entity because they're just doing this. Because brands build brands. The reason I'm saying that is and you're gonna be like, come on, man, stop. And back in 2012, if Virginia Tech goes to the SEC and Virginia is still in the ACC, and we have 2 teams in state that are in 2 separate conferences, Power 5, Virginia has no choice but to raise their game.
Yeah.
And Virginia Tech has no choice but to raise their game. So both brands do this. And I've learned that on a 5th grade level, just living in Korea and watching this little thing transpire. Because when I was a kid, Hyundais were like the bottom basement car for people who couldn't afford a car. So were Kias. And now they've become the best brand and the best warranty in the world.
That's capitalism in its purest form. I mean, that is, yes.
So Virginia would have no choice but to raise their football.
Right.
They had no choice.
Right.
Because you're not going to go Virginia Tech, Virginia. No, they're going to have to be doing this. It would raise the game in the state, and it would raise the game of recruiting, and it would keep kids here because you got two competitors in your living room that are competing against each other, and you're like, I want to be there or I want to be them. That's what is the product of a move that you said could have happened 20 or 12 years ago that could have just changed the landscape of the state of Virginia.
All right.
Cowboys are pick is in.
Pick is
I'm
in.
gonna-
And I got one more tech story to tell
I'm
you.
going to call this pick. It's going to be the running back from Michigan.
Dude, I hope you're right. So that's the first thing I've been hoping you're right on when it comes to the Cowboys. Oh my God. I don't
What happened?
hate it, but what the fuck? I don't hate it, but I'm not a huge fan of it. You got to move somebody to center. I don't know who
No,
they're
this
moving,
is dude. I'm going to call this a Jimmy Johnson pick.
but we have a young guard already.
Yes, it's
we already have a
inside
young
out.
guard.
Look,
on one
remember. You don't remember, but remember Nate Newton and all the big guys. Look, there's this because again, once they draft these, you're like, oh man, who the hell is this? But in year 3, now when they go after all these skill guys and they have their trenches built, look, they're blowing this up, man. They're blowing it up.
I'm fine with the pick. I don't think that like
It's
again,
not.
it's
But it's
what I
not a
said
pick
earlier.
for this year. It's a pick for the blow up.
Like what I said earlier with the trusting of the people making the draft picks. I truly believe that they're making the right move when it comes to picking a talented player. I'm not questioning that whatsoever. But someone's going to have to move to the center spot. Like, regardless if we're planning 3 years ahead or not, we still do not have a center on the roster. So it's either going to be Brock Hoffman, who is a Virginia Tech guy, by the way, but who came in emergency downs last year when Biadish was hurt, or we moved this rookie to center and we have Tyler Smith, Zach Martin, and the rookie, and then we've got
Who's the first Virginia Tech guy off the board tonight, or tomorrow night, or this draft?
Hold on. I had a thing pulled up on my phone about this earlier. I think it's going to be one of our D linemen. So either Payne or Pollard. I think Payne or Pollard, both of them are D linemen, are going to be the first guys off. Cole Beck, I think, will get signed in free agency and then be cut a couple weeks after that. He's the fastest football player alive, one of them, but he can't catch a ball to save his life. So I don't think he's going to be a kick return guy. Troy, where are we going, brother? Where are we heading?
Hey, brother. Hey, Matt Pat. Switching gears here. I know you're heavily involved in all that's Virginia Tech football.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the 2025 commit out of Texas, your freshman quarterback coming in next fall.
Okay, I have a lot of thoughts on this, actually. I have a lot of thoughts on this because I really do think that Pop, the guy that's the second string behind Kyron right now, I think Pop Watson could be a very good college quarterback. Behind him, we have Dobby, who is as well put on that pedestal if he's going to be a good college quarterback.
You're talking about the kid out of UCLA, right?
No.
From the portal.
No. With Dobby Belfort, Victor Belfort's son from Florida. He's in the class above Keldon. Keldon Ryan is in the 2025, this coming up class out of
Correct.
Texas. Keldon is disgusting. He is so good at football. Now, obviously, I've watched highlights, so I cannot give you what I think he needs to improve in because I have not seen it. But
Yep.
I will say that the line of QBs we have right now is, on one hand, very encouraging because I think a guy could leave every year and we still have a good quarterback behind him, going from Kyron to Pop, Davi to Keldon. But it makes me nervous that Keldon is now getting so much hype out of Texas to where if the money's right, why would he not decommit and go somewhere else? Because I think he's really good, but I also don't think he's going to play until he's a junior.
And again, okay, so that's a great segue into the next thing I want to talk about is Eldon coming in and sitting in your quarterback room, and then you've got these guys that are from distant places, you know, and if they don't play, okay, what year is Drones? He's
Junior.
a
He's
junior.
got 2 years. He's got 2 years of eligibility.
Okay, so if the kid from Texas comes in and doesn't play, the chances of him transferring out are
90%. 90 plus. Yeah.
compared to if you brought an in-state kid in, it's what?
70. I still think it's high.
For an in-state kid?
Yeah. Just because, like, even if we're not just going off of like success record wise on the field, of an in-state kid could go to a UVA or a JMU and play way earlier than he's going to play at Tech. And if his talent is at that level, then he's going to get drafted regardless.
Yep.
So like, the in-state thing I think helps for sure. I think it drops it from like a 90% to a 70, but I still don't think that it's as strong as like a deterrent of them leaving as it would have been 3 years.
So Keldon he's got a full season ahead of him, and guys that are probably, like you said, he's in line for, because he's already committed, that he's in line for taking a better offer somewhere else.
I agree, because if you go to the end of this year, and then he comes in Kyron's senior year, he redshirts. Kyron graduates. Pop is starting. Davi's the backup. He's third string on his freshman year. Pop leaves. Davi plays for 2 years. Keldon doesn't play until he's a junior. And at that point, he's been sitting for 3 years. So in today's college football, are you expecting a QB who is at the level that he – now, granted, he's still a 3-star, I'm pretty sure. So it's not like he has, the big dogs knocking down his door yet. But I don't know if someone of his caliber sticks around for 3 years without playing. Because I do think he's a dog. I do think he's very, very good.
I agree. And
Tackle out of Yale to the Bears. Dude, I feel like it's always such a gamble to get an Ivy League guy. Like he's either gonna be so good or just complete dog shit.
Yale. He's from Yale, though.
Have y'all heard of? He got signed a couple weeks ago. Yeah, Bald. I'm just now seeing this post. Yeah, another lineman for Dallas. Trust me, brother, I talked about it. The trenches are fine, but yeah, another Matt aneurysm was definitely on the way. I think. Damn, Broncos, first team in NFL history to miss 8 straight playoffs after winning Super Bowl. That's rough. That's a rough thing. All All right, yeah, I'll be right back.
That's the Hall of Famer and the greatest undrafted wide receiver in NFL history. The world's greatest fan. Who we lost recently. The three-time Super Bowl champion,
Utah. Give me two. Utah. Hey, Utah. Give me two. Jimbo Fisher.
Yes, sir.
Where you been?
Oh,
So I was over at my girlfriend's house. Now I'm home.
speaking of Jimbo, that's the story I wanted to bring up earlier. 2012, the same year that we got an invite from the SEC. Who else was the hottest coach that was very, very willing to come to Blacksburg? Jimbo Fisher.
Hey, can I? Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. Let me tell you something. Who was more than willing to come to Virginia Tech in the last 3 years? That's not named Jimbo Fisher. The real Jimbo Fisher.
Coaching wise?
Yes. More than willing.
Who?
I'll give you a clue. He coached in state.
In state. You got to help me, brother. I don't know.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. No. I was thinking of Daryl. He's on the Niners coaching staff now, but
Daryl Tapp.
Yeah, Daryl.
No.
Brother,
There's a coach that would have took the Virginia Tech job had they given it to him early in his tenure at an in-state school.
The dude from Tony Elliott?
Nope.
Well, thank God.
No.
I'm trying to think of in-state. It's not Signetti, right? Like who?
No. You forget about a lot of people, man.
I told you I was
a lot
not
of
a Virginia
people.
Tech fan until I came
You
here.
always forget about one in-state school. We all forget about this school. We all do.
Hugh Freeze.
Hugh Freeze.
Yeah, brother. Oh man. You're damn right. You're damn
Virginia
right.
Tech don't want to do what Hugh Freeze does.
He just
Hugh Freeze would have took that. If they would have called, if Virginia Tech would have called him any minute he was on the campus of Liberty, he would have took the job.
No.
I agree. I personally, I like Brent. I want to give him a couple more years before I start wishing we did something different. But Hugh Freeze literally went to Liberty solely because he called some strippers on his cell phone. He's an SEC level coach. So I would have been all for having him in Blacksburg for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But the people that give millions of dollars to Blacksburg ain't willing to do what Hugh Freeze does.
That's fair.
They're not trying to win.
But it's different now, though.
They're not trying to win like he is.
I agree. I agree. I think it's the same.
But hey, guys, hold on. Jimbo Fisher, Matt Pat, you okay? First of all, I want Jimbo Fisher to explain to me what the comment of what he's willing to do. Explain
Get
that
some
before I
hookers
go
for your recruits. He's talking about getting hookers for your
I'm
recruits.
talking about paying players. I'm talking about what they've always done in the SEC.
Okay, no. So and I know because Jimbo, you've really taught me well. I listened
I
to
haven't
you,
taught you
and you're
anything.
like,
I don't know
Paul,
anything,
what are you
man.
talking about? I didn't teach you nothing, but I listened to what you're saying, and I know how I realize how Hugh Freeze got guys to come into Liberty, just the way that you're getting and you got kids that come to Virginia Union, and you got kids that come to, and you're getting kids to come to Edward Waters. Don't laugh. But it's a true story because it's the same thing on a smaller level. But Hugh Freeze at Liberty brought those kids in because he had a name. Okay. And I don't care what people have done in the peripheral. I just think he would have been perfect for Virginia Tech.
I'm
oh
with
my
you.
God.
Dude, think about Liberty, right? So when you're selling, so me and some of my buddies, the same guys I was talking about being my roommates, in high school, when we would snowboard in like West Virginia at Snowshoe or whatever during the winter, during the summer, we would go to Liberty and they had the Snowflex, like artificial mountain that
Correct.
they had, right? So we would go there for a week every summer, do their summer snowboarding camp. And that was super fun. But when you're at that camp, you're under the same rules that the kids at the university are under. And that is like a strict 9 p.m. curfew, no alcohol whatsoever. Obviously for us, we were 16, so that we weren't sneaking alcohol into a summer camp. But like that same dry campus, 9 p.m. curfew, no opposite sex in the dorms at all. Doesn't matter what time of day, like that Bible study at whatever time during the day as well. Like that for a lot of kids is not going to be priority one when it comes to recruiting. So if Hugh Freeze can sell a New Year's Six bowl type roster to the Liberty campus, and my girlfriend is from Lynchburg, right? I've been to Lynchburg 1,000 times. Trust me, brother. There ain't a damn thing to do in that damn city. Okay? Doesn't matter. He sold a Power Six or a New Year's Six roster to Liberty. He got those guys to go to Liberty. So I'm completely with you. If he's in Virginia Tech at Blacksburg, dude, it's not even close. The team that he's bringing in there. If he can bring a squad like that to Lynchburg, Blacksburg would be over the moon, brother.
See, there's one family you have to answer to at Liberty, and that's Jerry Falwell's family.
We can get into that family if we want to, but I don't.
They want to be better than Virginia Tech. They put their money where their mouth is.
They put their money into things that go directly against what they're supposed to represent. And what I mean by that,
who doesn't?
I'll say this right now. Virginia Tech is not upfront and all about us being this big Christian school that in theory is supposed to be against materialism.
But y'all are big into Hokey Stone.
Hokey Stone has nothing to do with Jesus Christ. The thing that Liberty
all
is
the buildings look the same.
That's a community. That's not Jesus. What I'm saying is that the teachings of Christianity mixed in with a capitalistic society contradict. So the rising of materialism at Liberty, building all. If you disagree, you can go read the Bible, son. I'm just saying materialism is not supposed to be.
I don't need to read the Bible.
Materialism is not supposed to be one of the top things, but Liberty is somehow one of the biggest funded universities in the country. The university athletic programs have been built huge past few years. Everything is kind of contradictory. Hiring Hugh Freeze, contradictory to what they are supposed to be standing for. Their main guy in charge that just got an article written about him 2 years ago about being a cuck. That's not very Christian-like either. I'm just saying, Liberty has this front where they put their money where their mouths are. Sure, yeah, they put their money where their mouths are. Money's not supposed to have a damn thing to do with it. But this is America. This is capitalism. The thing that they're presenting to kids as this is this Christian institution of strict standards that we hold you by. They hold the kids by that. The people in charge are not held by those same standards.
And this is just Liberty?
I'm just saying.
What happened to Marcus Vick and Michael Vick? Did they have to go to class?
Marcus Vick got arrested like 3 times. What are we talking about?
And he still played? He stopped
he got suspended. What are we talking about?
I'm talking about the people at Virginia Tech ain't no better than the people at Liberty.
But the point of what I'm saying is that the people at Virginia Tech are not preaching that we're some high and mighty institution.
What is y'all's? I know y'all have some type of Latin phrase.
Ut prosum. It means what we do for others. That has nothing to do with anti-materialism going into
what we do for others is totally anti-materialism.
No, it's not. I disagree with that 100%.
What we do for others.
A public act of service does not have to be materialistic. You can go. You can go mow someone's lawn. That's not materialistic.
The phrase of Virginia Tech goes against materialism.
I disagree.
What we do for others is materialistic?
That's what I'm saying. It's not. How is that?
Dude, I understand young liberals now. You hear what you
I'm
want
not a
to
liberal.
hear and
I'm not a liberal.
actually.
I'm not a liberal. Don't frame me. I'm not a liberal. Brother, ut prosum, doing things for others does not have to be materialistic.
You're exactly right. It's anti-materialistic. So the phrase of Virginia Tech is anti-materialistic, and the phrase of Liberty is anti-materialistic. But both of them answer to the dollar.
No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Ours is not against materialism. It's not
what I do for others.
Why is that against materialism? Just because it's not materialism.
Because that's communism. What I do for others. That's not capitalism. Capitalism is the dollar.
Capitalism and materialism don't have to be the same thing. I can think that something that I own.
Show me where there was a capitalist society that wasn't materialistic.
That's not what I said. That's not what I
said. Dude, ain't nobody holy in this. There's no honor amongst thieves. The people that cheat win. The people that pay players win.
The whole thing that I brought this up on is that Liberty sells an image that is not accurate.
And so does Virginia Tech.
But that's false, dude. We don't go out and we do not present a blueprint or whatever of this righteous Christian ways to go. That's not presented. What, like us being able to do things for people that need help.
Yeah, do unto others as you would do unto yourself. It's y'all's basic phrase.
Correct. But that doesn't have, if you dive into what Liberty is presenting as a Christian university, all of the rules that I listed out 5 minutes ago, like those things are trying to uphold a standard of like a certain amount of Christianity or whatever on their campus. And what I'm saying in my main point with the Hugh Freeze thing is that like if he was able to bring kids onto the campus despite all of those things, despite the exact hypocrisy of what they're trying to present versus what they're doing in the athletics area, that's not comparable to Virginia Tech when it comes to we're not giving guys this big blueprint of things to follow outside of helping other people. We're not. We don't have a dry campus. We don't have a 9 p.m. curfew. We don't have different sexes have to go to different dorms. Like all these things that they try to push, like that's not happening here. The only thing that's happening here that would be deemed in the same light as the Christian upbringing of Liberty University is that we want to help people that are less fortunate. That is it.
And that's it. And that's all Virginia Tech's going to do is help people that's less fortunate than them. Virginia Tech doesn't want to do what Hugh Freeze does, man.
Now, I agree. That's what I'm saying. I don't think we're at
That's
odds
why y'all
here
didn't.
at
That's
all.
why y'all didn't hire him.
But I don't think that we're talking about different things here. I think that we've been.
I think we totally agree.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think we totally agree. Hugh Freeze wants to win, and Liberty wants to win. Virginia Tech don't want to win, or they would be winning. How would Virginia Tech win? Cheat.
Yeah.
That's how Virginia Tech needs to win. But if you have a coach that plays by the rules, y'all ain't gonna win, man.
Unfortunately, I think that Brent Pry is definitely a rule-following guy.
Yeah. Is Nick Saban a rule-following guy?
Yeah. He's
That's
just
why he
charismatic.
wins.
He's charismatic enough to do it and get away with it.
You know when y'all won? Y'all know when y'all really won? When y'all had Michael Vick.
Yeah. But
that's when
like,
y'all really won.
But like that's like, do you think that once in a lifetime athlete's gonna be in Virginia again? And if he is, do you think he's coming to Virginia Tech in the NIL period?
Yes.
You think he is?
Yes.
I think with the new bill that was just introduced, that there's a higher chance because the university is in charge of the NIL funding now, not just boosters. But I think in the landscape of today, when we cannot compete with the LSU, with the Texas, with the Ohio State.
$1 million for a quarterback?
Yeah, but brother, if we
Tech can't handle $1 million for a quarterback?
No. I think we can, but if we offer $1 million, Texas is going to offer 1.2. Ohio State's going to offer 1.5.
There's only so many quarterbacks to go around, man.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. If there's only so many quarterbacks, then another school is going to want to offer more money to get him from us.
Yeah, but there's only about 30 schools in the country that could probably beat Virginia Tech in money.
Agreed, but if they say if Ohio State,
but there might be 32 quarterbacks.
Maybe, but if Virginia Tech and Ohio State are in a situation like this year, say we don't have drones right now, and Kyle McCord just left Ohio State, and we have hypothetically the next Michael Vick coming out of Virginia, and he's committed to us with the understanding that he's going to get $1 million in NIL. Ohio State having their quarterback transfer out would then be in the market to say, hey, I can offer 1.5 to this guy that's only getting 1 from Virginia Tech.
Is it all about the money, though? Because 1.5 million really, after taxes, is 250,000 more a year.
But Ohio State can afford to raise that per year more than we can.
Because Ohio State wants to win more.
Well, they're just bigger. If it's completely, I don't know what Ohio's laws are yet, because I know Virginia's just changed with this thing with the NIL.
So they
But-
can use taxpayer money to pay players now.
Yes, it's university funding. Right. So like wouldn't that make you think Ohio State even more? Because they already have the booster money and now they can mix that with funding money from the state.
Ohio can or Virginia Tech?
No, I mean if I don't know what Ohio's laws are, but just out of booster wise, obviously Ohio State can pay whatever they want. But if we as a state university and we mix Triumph in here, which is our booster group, and we can afford 1.3 or whatever, I just think that Ohio State is going to be able to raise that. Same thing with LSU, same thing with Bama, Auburn, like all these schools that maybe not all of them are as good as us, but the funding of those SEC schools and then some of the Big Ten schools are different. Like the middle of Appalachia out here is not getting that same funding as an Auburn that has mansions as frat houses. You know, like those frat houses are paid for by boosters, like by alumni, and they're buying multi-million-dollar houses for frat kids to live in. And if you come to Virginia Tech, the frat houses are like 2-level things off of Main Street. It's a whole different situation.
Virginia Tech needs to start getting their millionaires to buy frat houses if they want to compete with Auburn.
I'm with you.
But Virginia Tech,
that's not where we
about the
are right
Atlantic
now.
Coast Conference, not the SEC.
Better than the last one I made.
Oh shit!
Quorum.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
What happened, Paul?
Quorum just went to the Chargers with Kyron Williams.
The running back?
Uh-huh.
Rams.
See, Jim Harbaugh wants to win.
Mm-hmm.
And Jim Harbaugh goes places that enable him to win. Jerry Jones really don't want to win.
I hate him. I hate him. I hate
Jerry
him.
Jones
I hate him.
is capitalism. Jerry Jones paid.
Jerry Jones is the exploitation of capitalism. He is the monopolistic culture that capitalism.
He ain't
in
trying
America,
to win.
He is the exact reason that anti-monopoly laws are in.
There is no anti-monopoly laws, man.
There's literally laws called anti-monopoly laws.
Yeah, and you know what they mean? They don't mean anti-monopoly laws. They mean these are laws to tell people that there's anti-monopoly laws, but there ain't no laws about anti-monopolies. Everything's owned by the same people, man. What's on the top of the dollar bill?
Yeah.
The Federal Reserve.
It's the 84th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft.
This whole
pick.
draft.
That's a good pick.
This whole draft production and the creation of dissension amongst our American citizens is an abomination. The rising hatred? Yeah. This divide and conquer stuff, man, NFL, sad, man. But all y'all owned by the same people.
Well, the NFL, I think, when it comes to like what they've done here, making the even day 2 of the draft a must-see TV thing. Like as much as Rodgers sucks, Rodgers a huge reason as to why the salary cap goes up 15% every year. Why all of us are watching the draft on a Friday night. You know, like it's just different, dude. The TV deals that he gets to allow the salary cap to go up every year is just it's something. I mean, we haven't seen it before. If we had seen it before, we'd see NBA players making like $500 million per contract, but we don't because they don't have the same NFL or the media deals that the NFL has.
Because basketball is not a once a week sport, or I don't know what it is now. Football is a 7-day-a-week sport. But dude, basketball will never be as popular as football.
I agree. I 100% agree with that. But I think marketing wise, that's all it comes down to. And
yeah, but it's not Roger Goodell, man. Roger Goodell is
Roger's been at the
for the
forefront
owners
of the biggest rise of the NFL we've seen in history.
It ain't because of Roger Goodell.
I mean, I think that's a take that you could have, but
Roger Goodell makes $60 million a year, and his one job is to protect the owners.
But he's making these media deals as well.
Dude, the media deals are making the deals because the same people that own the media own the corporations that own the teams. So why do you think they want us watching this show? Why do you think they? Because they're making money.
Yeah, but that's still the growth of the sport,
which means the growth of money and the growth of capitalism.
Correct, and I'm with you 100%. I think that's why. Like,
but it ain't Roger Goodell.
But you can't give him no credit.
But he's not a one-man show, dude.
I agree.
But I think bigger than Roger Goodell.
I agree. I think that many other things are going on for sure, but like him being at the forefront of that can't be just pushed to the side. Like if it was as easy as that, we'd have already have had a league that's as booming before Roger became the commissioner.
The league's been booming.
No.
When has the NFL not boomed?
Brother, money-wise, it has never been booming like it is today.
And that's because they want it to boom.
They wanted it to boom 40 years ago.
And it was booming 40 years ago.
No, not relative to how it is now.
If they could have got it to boom 40 years ago, it would have boomed.
That's what I'm saying. They wanted it to boom 40 years ago. They want it to boom now. Roger has gotten it to the place to where it is booming more than we've ever seen.
Paul, Roger Goodell is the reason that the NFL is booming.
I didn't say
give these people more credit than what they deserve.
I did not say the sole reason. I did not say the sole reason.
It's the players, not him.
But, brother, you think the players were significantly worse in the 90s?
I think the players were the same.
Then why wasn't it booming if they wanted it to boom to the level it is now?
Because now you have a phone, and now you have gambling legal. So why do you think they want it to boom? Why do you think they want you to bet on sports?
But do you think that just any Neanderthal in there is navigating an ever-changing and evolving landscape like Roger has here?
No.
It's exponential growth in the media
artificial intelligence is guiding it, not Roger Goodell. It's called Aladdin.
Artificial intelligence can't even make a straight person without 7 fingers on their hand. What are we talking about?
Sure it can. Sure it can. Artificial intelligence is running this junk, man. What runs BlackRock? What runs Vanguard? What runs State Street? What runs the NFL? They're all owned by the same people, man. Roger Goodell has the same power as Joe Biden and Donald Trump. You a fan of Roger Goodell, Paul?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
There was 6.
Football didn't start with Roger Goodell, man. And
Not a
it will
damn
be
person
around,
said it did, brother. That's not what I'm saying.
don't give him no credit, man. He don't deserve it. He don't deserve it.
We have never seen a commissioner lead a league on a more up and to the right trajectory as we have seen Roger lead the NFL since he's been the guy. I am not a fan of what he has done penalty-wise. I'm not a fan of what he's done to penalize teams and players and the rules that he's introduced and then repealed a year later. I don't think he's super efficient when it comes to that stuff whatsoever. I'm not giving him credit when it comes to that. But fiscally, this league is the most successful league on planet Earth. And it got to that point under his tutelage. And I don't think that can just be pushed to the curb. Damn, how many linemen have they taken?
So the Rams got Blake.
Oh, they took a corner last round. All right, I see it. I can see it. They needed, outside of Trent on the outside, they needed some more help on the O-line. I can see the move. I think it makes sense.
49ers?
Yeah.
If this pick right here is not another reason the Cowboys or should move on, they're doing what they're doing. Look, man.
We'll see. Don't get me worked up before it even happens, because trust me, I'll be worked up afterwards.
But this pick
You're
is Jimmy.
smarter than the people running the Cowboys, man.
This is the Jimmy pick. You ready for the Jimmy pick? You may tell you who it's going to be?
Yeah. Matt,
It's not
have you
going to
ever
be a
seen
guy
Wizard of
that's
Oz?
going to help him this year.
Matt, you're smarter than anybody in that Dallas Cowboys room.
No, I'm not. I'm not smarter than Jimmy Johnson.
Well, he ain't in the room making the picks, so they'd be winning.
He is making them. You
Jimmy
just don't see
Johnson's
him in
making
there.
the picks for the Cowboys?
Yes.
He's not in Key West?
He's in Key West making the picks. He's in the Ring of Honor. He has an office there now. You know what? Jimmy Johnson's no different than you, Jimbo Fisher. He got put in the Ring of Honor. Go ahead and Google Jimmy Johnson, Dallas Cowboys. He's on the staff now.
Hey, they're smart for putting him on the staff.
I'm just saying. I mean, and again, Pat doesn't like it, but I see it, the writing on the wall.
You know why? You've been down this road before.
They have. And again, Pat's he's gonna take this pick as, oh, great pick, man. This guy, oh yeah, but this guy's not.
I've only said that once. I did not say that for the other picks.
None of these guys are to help you guys, man. Trust me.
So, Matt, are you happy with the Cowboys draft?
The first round pick, yes. The second round pick, I wish we would have gone a different direction.
Dude, you need to get into player personnel, man. You should go work for one of these teams, man.
Well, I was telling Paul earlier, I applied for a job with the Cowboys last week.
You could do it, dude. I know you could. Don't put anybody on a pedestal, man. The wizard ain't a wizard. They ain't smart.
Damn.
All Jerry Jones cares about is his bank account and his fake artificial intelligence self that's in that screen in that stadium.
Dude, I just feel like we're going to fuck this up. I don't even know. So best available, TJ Tampa would be fine. Peyton Wilson, I think, would be a great pick. Actually, Peyton Wilson at linebacker might be the pick here.
I mean,
maybe Marshawn Lloyd out of USC, or
dude, I couldn't tell the difference between Jerry's son, and Mike McCarthy. They all look the same.
Well, you can tell the difference between Mike because he's got that gut. But yeah, Steven and Jerry, they talk the same, and they clearly act the same. All right, Peyton Wilson, linebacker out of NC State, or Marshawn, the running back out of USC. Those are the two picks here. One of the two. And if not, me and Captain Morgan are going to have to make another unexpected meeting tonight.
You might as well get the bottle and just turn it up, dude.
It's been turned all night, bro.
Just get the bubbles going up.
What the fuck? All right, Notre Dame linebacker. I'm not mad at that. But why did every other team not have this guy high? As high as they had Peyton Wilson?
Because that list that you're looking at is somebody's opinion, and Dallas Cowboys' opinion ain't the same.
Correct. So, I'm not just going off of Field Yates or Mel Kiper. Like I've tried to compile multiple guys.
Jimmy Johnson pick.
I disagree. Linebacker's a huge area of need immediately.
How big is he?
For the future. Vander Esch is gone. It's a future pick.
Yeah, but we have one linebacker on the roster. Like he's a right now pick too.
You're gonna play so you're gonna play him right away, and you're gonna lose. You're gonna go 5-12. Are you cool with that?
I mean, dude, how many linebackers really even play?
Do you think he's last year we didn't play any because we had safeties playing linebacker.
Yeah, I mean it's not a linebacker league. So I mean, this kid, can he run? I'm sure, right?
Let's look. Marshawn Lloyd. This is the motherfucker I wanted us to draft, like literally the pick before.
And y'all got him?
No, the Packers just got him.
Dude, you should be picking him.
Jesus Christ.
Paul. See, Matt's young. Matt, you're young. You think that the world, you have an optimistic outlook on life. But, dude, you're smarter than the people running the Dallas Cowboys organization. They're not smart.
I've come to learn that.
They're criminals, dude.
Dude, y'all, Paul, y'all have. I low-key think you should have taken a different tackle in the first round, but since then you've owned the rest of this draft.
Madness says, Matt Pat, my advice to you is to start drinking heavily, long season loading. See, that's why I don't drink. Because I don't put my faith in Mickey Mantle. Because Mickey Mantle don't care about me.
Name that movie.
It's Bronx Tale.
Hell yeah, brother.
Mickey Mantle don't care about you, dude.
Look.
That's one of the best movies I've ever watched in my life.
True.
Hey, Matt Pat, are we closer to the conspiracy theory?
It ain't no conspiracy, bruh. This is a business. And they always make money, and it ain't because of Roger Goodell. They always make money. Even Dan Snyder made $4 billion.
I don't think that this pick drives. Excuse me. I don't think this pick drives me any further away or closer to where I was prior to the pick being made, because a linebacker is an area we needed help in regardless. So like if they picked like, I don't know, if they went like another guy on the D line, I'd probably be with you a little bit more than them going linebacker.
Dallas had the most talented team. What was it, 2 years ago? Or 3 years ago?
I think you could argue every other year for the past like 5 years, we've had one of the most talented rosters in the league.
2 years ago, when they had Ezekiel Elliott his last year, they had the most talented team in the NFL.
Yep. Well, you know what else is stupid? That Jerry didn't want to swallow.
They swallow. That's why they're still
what they
there.
didn't. But here's what they didn't. Amari Cooper didn't want to take the vaccine, and we traded him for a 6th-round pick.
I don't blame them, dude. I wish I wouldn't have taken it. I took it 3 times.
Me too. I've taken it 3 times. Hold on.
Coach Troy, you'd be in prison if you touched alcohol. Everyone knows that. It's true. Yes, it is.
All right, here are my 3 COVID vaccine injections right here. 1, 2, 3.
A waste of time.
I have gotten it 4 times.
Yeah. And how many times have you got? And guess what? The same people that own those vaccines are the same people that own the NFL. No wonder they wanted him to take the vaccine. No wonder they paid Travis Kelce $20 million. Man, they put it right in our face, Paul. The NFL is rigged. It's scripted. Paul, is it scripted?
You think?
I think the bottom line is the dollar, man. And like he said, in a capitalist society, I mean, they split the money. Everybody's making money. Madden says he has a fake COVID ID. The man from Seattle. The Cowboys. Man, y'all. Hey. Who is your team, Paul? What grade do you give your team? A, B, C, D?
A. I give them an A.
An A.
I always give them an A because you know what? They are.
They have a system.
Yes.
They're a franchise.
Yep.
I mean, really, the Packers.
The Packers are you got to trust the process.
You don't have an owner of the Packers.
I'm an owner.
Yeah, it's a corporation. It's the way it should be.
Yep.
Instead of a family. I mean, it's great to have an empire as long as the son of the king is smart. But when he's Nero, he burns Rome down. When he's Caligula, he does what Caligula did.
What about Rasputin?
I don't know. Did he get killed by Agrippina? I don't know. The best one of them all was Marcus Aurelius, and it was
Mm.
already too late.
No. Rasputin.
What was so great about him?
You couldn't kill him.
It's like Jerry Jones.
Yep.
He's like the crypt keeper.
You could put sugar in his gas tank. You could short sheet his beds. But you could never kill Rasputin.
But was it good for Rasputin or was it good for the people?
That's debatable.
I mean, the Cowboys, they have the most successful, probably sports franchise in the
Of all
entire
time.
United States. The
No, in
Yankees
the
and
world.
Cowboys.
In the world. We're the most valuable franchise in the entire world.
Wow.
I thought it was Liverpool.
No, we're above Liverpool now.
The Cowboys are legit, man. The Cowboys are America's team.
Mm.
And the Yankees.
Pretty similar, right? Pretty similar. It makes sense why so many Cowboys fans are lumped in with Yankees fans. Except for the Yankees won a World Series in like 09 or whatever it was. Obviously Dallas didn't do that.
They're everything that's wrong with capitalism.
I think baseball is the perfect example of the shortcomings of capitalism. I think the salary cap, if it wasn't a thing in the NFL, the Packers would not be an organization anymore. You know, like that type of thing that has kept the parity in baseball so wide to where the top market teams, until like recently with the Orioles, every single team that's been good in MLB has been one of the big market teams. So like if the salary cap wasn't a thing, the NFL would be the same way. Green Bay wouldn't be good because they wouldn't have the same amount of funds to go with a team that's in New York or LA or Dallas.
But the reason they have a salary cap is for the owners.
Well, it's to keep parity.
That's what they want.
Yeah. I personally think that baseball would benefit from having a salary cap. Now, the players would disagree because the players are getting deals that are getting close to $1 billion. But outside of
wow,
like that Shohei Ohtani deal is $700 million. Like
should Ohtani be kicked out of Major League Baseball and banned for life?
If they had forensic accountants in there, which I don't know what the fuck that means, but they had those guys in there, and apparently they found them clean. So I don't know if I believe that.
Don't believe anything, man.
Well, I agree, but like if
forensic accountants is like the same people, forensic scientists, man. Like
forensic is real though.
I've had them investigate me.
Yeah, my girlfriend's in grad school for forensic psychology right now. Smart cookie, brother. Smart cookie.
Maybe she can psychoanalyze me in my dreams.
Trust me, dude. She's psychoanalyzing me enough. You're
Dr.
good.
Carl Jung. Tell her I like Dr. Carl Jung.
I'll pass the message along.
Jung.
Oh, let's see. What is Bald? Is Bald watching right now? Coach Bald,
I'm sure he is.
What do we think about Jalen McMillan here out of Washington going to the Bucks? Because they just drafted a rookie receiver last year in Raheem Jarrett, I think. That wide receiver 3 spot is just going to be open until someone just grabs it.
Paul, has anything happened today that surprises you if you would have been told it this morning at Panera?
Mm. My biggest surprise is the Patriots. We haven't heard from them. They took a quarterback with their third pick, and it gives me heartburn that they thought they were cool in the first round, but you just dude. This league, you gotta watch. You gotta keep up in the times. They're gonna put this guy out here week 18, meaning week 18 months later, a year and a half later, and then they're gonna figure out he's still just grinding, whatever, and then the season's gonna end. It's year 2. He's got 3 more years that the Patriots have control of Drake May, and they got to make a decision. They just drafted a guy in the first round named Mac Jones from Alabama, and he's not even on the roster. They traded him.
Yeah,
like they're gonna be in this spin cycle for a while because they don't know what they're doing. They got lucky with Tom Brady.
I think it could be said that Mac falling to them at like 16 or whatever they were, like Mac was projected top 3, right? But the Niners backed out and they went Trey Lance instead. Obviously, that didn't work out for them, but they saw something in Mac that they didn't want to take. It fell to the Patriots at 16, and or whatever pick it was, like mid-teens to low 20s. And they chose to make that decision. I think the difference here is that, one, it's a new era, so they're not really in the market of trading out of quarterbacks that have been touted as a top 3 talent for the past 3 years. I think if he sits this year, which I think we both agree is the right move, he doesn't play. I think next year with Jacoby under center, they still have a top 10 pick, and they get a wide receiver. They just re-signed not Jacoby Myers. He's on the Raiders, but
Brissett.
Well, Brissett's the quarterback for this year. That's why I think they'll have a top 10 pick. I think they'll have a top 10 pick again, but I think that bodes well for Drake if they can either get A lineman or B, another weapon in next year's draft. If not both within free agency and the draft.
Yeah.
Because if he's sitting, then it doesn't really matter what weapons you got this year. He's going to sit. And I think
he's going to play.
I hope I personally, I think you're right. I think he's going to end up playing this year.
The fans want a new Tom Brady. And that's what they got with him.
But I think he's got to sit. I think, Paul, you're with me. He's got to sit. I just think next year is the time to really test it. And then you have 3 years, and then you have that extra year, the 4th year on the option if you pick it up, which I would assume. I'm not going to assume anything because never mind. But still, 3 years after this year, they have to add to the O-line and weapons to help him. And they already have a running game that's already going to help. Like Ramondre Stevenson's not a scrub. He's a good running back. They just need that O-line to not be, mix and match with guys that they can get off the free agency waiver wire that week.
Yeah. This group of quarterbacks, and I'm talking about Jaden Daniels, I know Michael Penix Jr. and Bo Nix. They are all about 24 years old.
Except for Drake, yeah.
Except for Drake. What about McCarthy? J.J. McCarthy's
he's young too.
Okay, so those 3 kids, they're 24. Are they a product of COVID? Are they a product of extra years and they are seen as being better quarterbacks than what they really are? Because the guys that are their age that are actually good have already been in the NFL, like Lamar Jackson
for 2 years, for 2-3 years. I'm with you 100%. Belichick was talking about this last night. I rewatched the McAfee show earlier today to hear what Belichick was talking about.
Yeah.
And he was saying that, yes, Bo Nix and Michael are probably a little bit more NFL ready, but that doesn't necessarily mean that their ceiling is higher. So, like, Bo Nix going to Denver, he'll have one good receiver to throw it to and a good running back. And then besides that, what do you really have?
Zach Wilson.
Yeah, if you want to turn it over from Bo Nix to Zach Wilson,
dude.
It is. And Sean Payton brought up a lot of good stats for Bo, but I think it goes to what you're talking about. How old he is would allow him to mature in the college game to where, now
he's playing against younger players. I mean, it's like
playing against younger players. He's playing in an Oregon system that we saw was capable of scoring damn near 60 points a game, but half of the production comes off of bubbles and it comes off of, drags and stuff like that. So what does that really say about Bo? I don't know, but he's been in college for 6 fucking years. So, like, he's got to be at least better than Drake and JJ at reading a defense. And I think that's really the only step that he has on these guys. Like, ceiling wise, I don't think Bo or Michael are close, because if they were close, they would have already been in the NFL.
Yeah. I saw Drake May up close and personal. And, dude, if you had to make a mannequin, I mean, Trevor Lawrence, I guess, is the prototype, perfect quarterback.
Yeah.
But this kid ain't far off, man.
Brother, he's got 3 D1 athlete brothers. Like, his lineage is just destined for this. I mean, Luke May has got one of the most famous March Madness shots of the 21st century against Kentucky, part of that 2017 UNC championship team.
I like Drake May.
I like him a lot. I really think he
business.
has to sit, because if he plays with the weapons that New England has right now, he's going to look like shit, and it's not going to be his fault.
But they don't care, man. The names change, but the owner's names never change unless it's Dan Snyder.
I agree. Well, that's why I think they have to go
Jacoby.
I think they have to go Jacoby for this year. Because if they go Drake and he looks like shit, then they're just in the same spot that they were in with Mac.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't give your quarterback an opportunity to get better before you present him to the fans that are going to be making this judgment and ultimately be a main voice in whether you stay or go as a coach.
But
like,
Mac, it's Robert Kraft who's going to be making the decisions. And that's why he got rid of Belichick.
I agree. But if Robert Kraft was making every decision like he wanted to, he probably would have gone with Bledsoe over Brady after paying him the biggest contract in NFL history. So Paul said this last night, and the only counter I had to it was that, but Robert Kraft will make a movie about how much you're an asshole. But besides that, Robert has had a track record, granted, to the greatest coach of all time, but he's had a track record of letting the coach make that decision. So I think if he continues,
not when it was who? Pete Carroll and Bill Parcells. When it was Belichick, yes, when he won.
That's what I mean. So, like, granted, greatest coach of all time. So, like, but he didn't know that he was the greatest coach of all time when he let him start Brady over Bledsoe.
Well, Bledsoe was hurt, man, and they were
no. After he came back, he was healthy. Belichick was talking about this yesterday too.
Yeah, but I mean, they were winning. It's Wally.
Yeah, but like the money, they were giving him the most money ever paid to a quarterback ever. Yeah, like if you're an owner and your name is tied to this money that's being given, the most money that's ever been given, like you're probably not conceding that this 6th-round pick is going to be the guy.
It happens in college football.
I agree, but
it happens with quarterbacks and who's getting paid and who plays.
I agree, and that's why I think that Kraft, above most owners, would take maybe not a back seat, but at least that middle console seat to the head coach when it comes to making those decisions at quarterback, because he's done it in the past.
You recruit your contract. So if you're a position coach, you're on a 1-year contract. And then what's Brent Pry? How many more years has he got?
3, I'm pretty sure.
Brent Pry's just got to keep that team together, because the team that I saw at UVA could win the ACC. So he just needs to keep that team together. And that means the money people got to make sure those guys stay there.
He's got 4 more years. Yeah, I'm with you. Pry here.
So all that other stuff about worried about the future and who quarterback and what quarterback, dude, Michael Penix Jr., Joe Burrow, all you got to do is get that guy, man. If you get that guy.
That's so much easier said than done. Like, Jerry wanted to take fucking Johnny at 16 when we took Zach Martin. You know, like, all you want is that guy. But if you take a gamble on that guy and it's not him, then you're set back 10 years. You know, like, if we didn't get Zach Martin, then the O-line that we had with Tyron Smith, Zach Martin, Travis Frederick, La'el Collins, like,
and that's why they were good.
Exactly. But if we went on just getting that guy and trying to move off of Tony, we would have had Johnny Manziel, and he's out of the league in 2 years. You know, like,
he's not that guy.
But that's the gamble that you make, and that's what I was saying to Paul yesterday. Is that, like, the theory is 100% valid, and I agree with the steps that he took to get there. But the replacement process is just so arbitrary. Like, it's just so, you have no clue. Like, if you tank this year, say we trade Dak and we start Trey Lance or something, like, whatever the circumstance is, and we do get a top 5 pick next year and we take Shedeur could suck, and we just have no idea. And that's just one example. But, like, you could expand that on other draft classes as well. Like, we wanted to trade up to take Paxton Lynch. The Broncos took him at 26. We wanted to trade up into the first round to get him and get Paxton Lynch. And the Broncos took him to replace Peyton Manning, and he was out of the league in 2 years. Josh Rosen was taken at 4 to the Cardinals, and the following year they took Kyler Murray at 1.
Yeah, that was stupid.
But at the time, Josh Rosen out of UCLA was he was the top 5 QB coming out of college. So, like, we had no idea. Josh Allen was talked about as just some Midwest bum who was going to come into the league and be gone.
I don't know, man. Josh Allen, he's got a big arm, man.
No, I agree. Right now, correct. But when he was coming in, there were multiple analysts that were like, why are we even talking about Josh Allen? That was Baker's class. Remember, Sam Darnold was number 2. You know, like, people were like,
I mean, and wasn't Mahomes in that class or no?
No, year before.
That was Lamar Jackson was with Mahomes.
No. Lamar was with Baker. Allen. Lamar was with Baker. And Baker got taken 1. Sam was taken 2. Lamar was taken 32. You know, like, it's just so random. It's so arbitrary that we just really have no clue.
But really, man, really, if you studied it, it wouldn't be arbitrary.
But people that are way more
quarterbacks, I guarantee you could bat 75%.
I think I could too, personally, but the people that are being paid to do this had graded Josh Allen as a second-round guy. You know, like,
and he was a first-round guy. So, I mean,
correct. And now he's a generational type of quarterback. So, like, well, maybe not generational.
Yeah,
but
dude. I mean,
maybe not generational.
He's a good player. He's a good player.
He's in the upper echelon of quarterbacks right now.
Yes.
Yes.
And if he doesn't win, he'll end up being Phillip Rivers.
Correct.
Just like Justin Herbert.
Yeah, but I think a lot of franchises would take a Phillip Rivers over what
Yes.
Oakland has had for the past 10 years and what
Or the Redskins.
or the Redskins or Tennessee or there's just so many squads that if they had at least a competent quarterback, above average quarterback, could make that next step.
It's a quarterback league.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's my hesitation with getting rid of Dak because
you got your Phillip Rivers.
I agree. Okay. That's probably the truest point that I've heard when it comes to Dak. And I don't love it because obviously Phil never really did anything. But
why? Why did he not do anything?
I don't know.
It wasn't him though. It was the people around him.
But if that excuse can be used on Phil, I don't know why it can't be used on Dak as well. Because Phillip Rivers had Antonio Gates and LT.
Dude, the year they should have won it was 2 years ago. And what happened? Why did they not win it all?
Let's look.
They got beat in the playoffs. They got upset. They got upset in the playoffs.
Well, to the Niners, right. We lost by 6. The defense allowed 10 points in the fourth quarter. We were winning the entire game. Yeah, I remember.
Dan Quinn. I mean,
that's the year So that's the year that we beat Tampa. Dak threw for 305, 3 touchdowns, 68%, balled out. And then the following week was San Francisco, and we had Zeke under center. So
hey, is Paul asleep?
Paul is asleep. I can hear his ass.
He's snoring.
Paul.
He can't handle it, man. He can't handle it. He was up early this morning, man. He's snoring. This is great. It looks like an embryo, man, like a chicken egg. Look at it.
Yeah, what did he do? Put a cup on top of the camera or something? What is? Dude, he's on lost. We gotta clip this and put it on TikTok.
We will.
Yeah.
Do it. Yeah. How much more we have?
A good amount. I'm probably gonna get off pretty soon.
Yeah, dude, you need to get off, man, because I don't even have the draft on. I'm just listening to you. I don't even know who's getting picked. We got 152 people watching though, man. Thank you. Golly. Me and Pat argue about Virginia Tech and Liberty.
Yeah.
Virginia Tech and Liberty's never going to beat Alabama. They're never going to beat LSU. They're never going to beat Oregon.
3 more picks is what Richard is saying. So we'll ride.
Richard. Do you know who Richard is?
No, who's Richard?
That's Coach Bald. He's got about 6 different YouTubers.
That's what I was going to say. How many accounts does Richard have over here?
That's
Good Lord.
Facebook account. Richard Kyle.
That's awesome.
Richard. That's Coach Bald. He's got all – look at his accounts.
Dude, I honestly thought that his name is Richard. I thought his name was Kyle this whole time.
It's Richard Kyle. Well, I don't want to give his full government name, but it's Richard Kyle A.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's hilarious. This whole time since August, I thought that his name was Kyle.
It is. It's his middle name.
Okay.
It's his middle name. That's why his Facebook name is Richard Kyle.
Gotcha. Damn,
Man.
Good pick. Peyton Wilson.
Future mayor of St. Petersburg. Well, I got the mayor of Matoka on here. Well, the mayors of Matoka, Matt Pat, and the man from Seall. So I assume that Lambeau's 7-on-7 team did not win tonight.
Yeah.
And that's why he did not come on.
Say there's a chance there. Of course, the highlights they're showing for Peyton is against Virginia Tech. But either way, yeah, I'm sure. He was saying that he had some kids that just weren't going to show up for whatever reason. He had to work around having like his second string quarterback and running back in there for 7-on-7. So
yeah,
if you got a backup quarterback in 7-on-7, I don't know what you're going to do.
No, you're not going to win.
No, you're not. You're not going to win.
You're not going to win.
No shot. No
just
shot.
Show up and do the best you can, man. It's kind of like being the coach for the Cowboys. You've been sabotaged, dude. You're not going to win. Just get your check, play your part, and say thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. I mean, how much is he getting? $10 million a year?
Mike?
Yeah. $15 million? Who knows? I mean, they're not going to win. Did you see where Harbaugh said offensive linemen are skill guys and they are the tip of the spear?
That's why he took Joe Alt at 5.
Dude, that's why all these teams – dude, if you're not good on the line, man, you're in trouble, man. You can't stop the run and you can't run the ball, then you're just playing 7-on-7.
Mike is getting $7 million a year.
That's it? That's why they keep him. That's why they keep him, because they had to pay $20 million for Belichick or more.
Yeah. Well, and like
they're still not going to win. Well, so they might as well just have a sorry coach or whoever they have to pay $7 million. None of them are sorry in that league, but
well, like
they're still making money.
Yeah, yeah, and the whole like difference.
Belichick
the Rams.
Everybody's not trying to
Kitchens. Win. The Rams got Kitchens from Miami. Great safety. Wow. I was not paying attention. That's a great pick by the Rams. The Rams, dude, they're back. I don't know what they're going to do quarterback-wise next year or in 2 years or whatever.
They're not worried about it.
They can make a run, probably not to the Super Bowl, but with the team that they've got around them right now, I think they can make a run in the playoffs.
Dude, that owner, he'll buy a championship. I mean, he did it before.
It's not Walton, is it? Walton's the Broncos, right?
Yeah, but I don't know who it is. But I just know that he'll buy a championship. They did it before.
Well, yeah. Last night was their Kroenke. Kroenke is the owner.
The dude puts his money where his mouth is, dude.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
wants to win.
Last night was their first round pick since 2016.
That's because they traded them all away to get that championship.
And won a damn Super Bowl. I'd take that every single day out of the week, dude.
But they might win the Super Bowl, but they might lose money. I mean, they don't make as much.
But we got to think they hosted the Super Bowl the year that they won it. The amount of extra money that comes from hosting the Super Bowl is insane. Luke McCaffrey. What a pick. 3rd round. I thought he was going to fall to like the 5th.
Who?
This is Christian McCaffrey's brother.
Where'd he go?
Washington. They need a wide receiver 3 in Washington.
And he's the receiver from Rice? Where is he from?
Yeah, Rice.
So what do you think about Washington's draft?
I like it a lot, which makes me a little nervous, but I think that they have gone about this the correct way.
The anti-Dan Snyder way, the anti-Jerry Jones way.
So getting Jaden and then obviously they traded away 2 D linemen during the season. They got Newton in the second round, who's a first-round talent. They got a corner who they spent a first round on a corner last year, and he kind of sucked. So a corner to strengthen that up. They lost Logan Thomas at tight end. They drafted a new tight end. Guard, the whole O-line probably needs a decent revamp, and they drafted another O-lineman. So, like, that needs to be fixed more. But wide receiver, when they have Terry and then Jahan Dotson, now you have McCaffrey at the 3. I think they've done a really good job, as painful as that is for me to say. I think they've done a good job.
And you have, what's his name, the offensive coordinator. Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, who just took his year off in the what? He was in like the Philippines or something.
He was at USC.
Yeah.
I guess he was quarterback coach or whatever, offensive coordinator. Yeah, but he went to Malaysia.
Right. Yeah, Malaysia.
He did what they do in Malaysia.
Yeah, he was out there just having a time. Just having a time.
So you got a young guru offensive coordinator, and you got a defensive head coach, which is usually
the only thing that gets me with Dan in Washington is that he started the same things that because like obviously being in Virginia, I follow a good amount of people that are Commanders fans, so I see a lot of their interactions. A lot of the things that they're saying are very parallel with what he was saying the first year or two in Dallas about how, like, I don't care what the strength of the system is. We're playing the strength of the player, which is cool in theory until you only get guys that are for the system to where they can't play outside of the system, which is basically what happened with us in the linebacker area and in the interior area. Like, his system is nickel. That's what he likes to run. That's what he ran the Legion of Boom out of. Like, that's Dan Quinn's way. He goes a little bit smaller on defense. And that's fine until you go to a playoff game and the other team is running 2 tight end 80% of the time. You can't run nickel against that. And he, per se, maybe wasn't running nickel, but the guys that he was bringing in were nickel players. So, like, his nickel corner was then just playing corner in a two wide receiver set, which is not where he's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? So, like,
yeah, it seems too small.
Exactly. And so it's the same thing that he was telling us when he was the Dallas coach, is that, like, I don't care about the system. I'm drafting players based off how good they are. But if the players that he's drafting are just small, it doesn't matter how good they are. If you need to run a larger set, you're screwed. So I think Washington, and this is maybe hopeful thinking for me, but I think Washington is falling into that same trap. Their defense is going to be built around fast players. And when it comes down to who can defend a jumbo set, it's not going to be them, just like it wasn't us this past year.
Yeah.
That's my take. That is the end of tonight's draft coverage on
Wow,
ESPN.
dude. You did 5 hours.
Yeah, that's insane.
You did 5 hours, man.
That is insane. Well, Totem Pole Nation, this has been round 2 and 3 of the Totem Pole Nation live stream for the NFL draft.
Are you doing it tomorrow?
I'm not going to commit to doing it tomorrow.
So Coach Bald will start the stream, and if it ends, it ends.
If Coach Bald goes on tomorrow and I'm not doing anything, I'll hop on for sure.
For 10 hours.
I'll hop on.
How many more rounds is it?
4. So definitely not the whole thing.
Is it 4 tomorrow? Or is there some Sunday?
Are there 3 days or 4 days of the draft?
It used to be 3. I think they made it 4. Didn't they?
I don't know.
I can't keep up no more.
Because tomorrow, if it was
Just
4
keep
days,
spreading it out, man. It'll be a month eventually. You know?
yeah, and that would be the way to make the money off of it. But
yeah, make it a month. Yeah.
yeah.
But dude, man, great job again tonight, dude. The man from Seattle is gone.
Yeah, passed out. All right, Totem Pole Nation, that has been the NFL Draft live stream.
Great job, man.
Make sure to visit totempolenation.com. You can get some cool hats like this. There's other hats on the shop. There's hoodies, T-shirts, long sleeve shirts, whatever you need to support the boys. It's on the shop. The socials are scrolling underneath. If you want us to cover anything, reach out, let us know what it is, or just drop a follow. At the end of the day, we just thank you for watching and engaging. We'll catch up with you guys next time. Peace out. This has been Totem Pole Nation live stream NFL Draft. Till next time.